Turn off your lights. Make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. I never name my livestock. Makes killing and eating them that much harder. His voice echoed in my mind as I had become hung up on the fact that not once during our interrogation had he referred to his missing children by name. My friend's glitchy relationship with jewelry by Crayons and Coffee. So last year, my best friend came from her very sunny state to my very snowy one to visit me for a couple months. The weather is important because while she was here, we basically got snowed in. For 3 days, we made hot cocoa, had epic chats, and felt like we were having sleepovers again. It might also be worth noting that my house is 100 years old and has a lot of energy. I don't know how else to describe it. It's not haunted, it's just... it feels electrified in there somehow. Anyways, the first incident was one afternoon. Doing some laundry, we threw everything in together, hers and mine, so it would all be done at the same time, and we could fold it on my bed and gossip like eccentric old women. That morning, she had shown me some new jewelry that she had gotten because her and her husband had recently made a trip to Ireland. One piece was a circular silver bracelet that had a stone clasp that held two sides together. I saw her put that bracelet on in the morning, saw her clasp the stone together. So we do laundry and philosophize, and she suddenly exclaims, while folding, "Oh shit, where's the stone to my bracelet? It must have got snagged by the laundry." We look frickin' everywhere. Floor, washer, dryer, bed, hamper, every single piece of clothing. The stone isn't small, about a half an inch across, ringed in silver, faceted. Easily noticeable. Nowhere to be found. About 2 months later, I'm finally taking some cardboard boxes of items to the thrift store that I had been storing in my car. Yes, the whole 2 months. Don't judge me. Winter time sucks here. As I unload the last box on the rear passenger side floorboard, I see something glimmer from the floor mat. It's the stone. I just stared at it. Neither of us had any chance to get to my car for the entire 3 days we were snowed in. Even if it had held on to some piece of laundry and carried it to my car, she wouldn't have been sitting in the back seat. It was under a box that had been sitting there for 2 months. Every scenario that I played in my head just seemed so improbable. Incident number 2. We were sitting in my room, on the floor, talking and drinking beer. She gets up to get another beer. Same scenario. "Oh no, where's my earring?" These are very large, handmade earrings. Again, hard to miss. I have a very Spartan finishing in my bedroom and the house in general, and after looking most of the rest of the night, we never found that either. I moved out 8 months later and never found it. Just instant gone. With smoke in the distance and the smell of old leather, I was sure I'd finally reach safety. But it quickly occurred to me that this was no town, but another path to heaven, as they called it. Looking at my past grandfather in the eyes by Lila Bella. Hey everyone, I had no idea this thread existed, and I'm so glad I found it, because now I have a story that maybe someone out there can relate to and convince me I'm not insane. So, a few years ago, I was traveling out of country to visit my dad, so we decided to go on a tour to visit this cave in his hometown. This place was absolutely ginormous, but for some reason, we were the only people there that day. So we get our wristbands, and my dad's reads 848. He starts laughing and just says, "That was a close one." I looked at him confused, and he tells me once his father passed, before I was born, he began seeing his dad's address number, 849, everywhere he went. The lady gave me the wristband, and we looked down to see 849. Just a coincidence, right? Yeah, that's what I thought too, until we sit down to wait till the tour was going to start, and my dad breaks into a sweat and begins panicking, losing his breath. He tells me he thinks he's going to throw up or shit his pants. So naturally I run to the bathroom, where when we get there, he turns to look at me and tell me he'll be right back. I step back in absolute confusion on my face. My dad's eyes had drastically changed in color. His eyes are a dark brown, and his eyes suddenly mirrored a light blue-green color. At that moment, my heart dropped to my stomach, and I knew that person in front of me was not my father. I began to shake, backing away from him, confused as all heck. He was frightened by the look I gave him, and began to ask me what was wrong, why I was moving away from him as he tried to get closer to me. I told him that he wasn't him. I wasn't looking at my dad. I was someone else. I began crying, and he claimed that he ran inside the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and when he looked into the mirror to see himself, he saw his dad's reflection looking at him. He runs out to me just to start crying, saying, "It's him! My dad, it's him!" It was so trippy because what are you supposed to do in that situation? All we did was cry and hug each other. I never felt such a warm and safe presence. It was ever glowing, even if my grandfather didn't actually go through my dad that day. I know he was at least there to watch us share a really insane moment. I know a lot of people don't believe in repeating numbers, but for the ones that do, I see 849 whenever I'm going through some large chapter in my life. Moving houses, getting out of really hard relationships, meeting my partner, etc. I like to think that it's him just letting me know he's there. I love to know if this has ever happened to anyone else. My dad and I still talk about it to this day, and I always wonder if it was actually him that day. I was not intoxicated in any way. It was also in broad daylight. When our dog suddenly showed signs of going into labor, my wife and I nearly fainted in joy. But the black, slimy thing that oozed out of her belly and bared its fangs was definitely not the puppy we expected. Hard Drive of Some Random Person by Bros Before Pros. Start with, I joined this chat a long while back. Never posted, just looked. Lots of buggish stuff, but equally some wild things. Never thought I'd have an odd story to share. So I have a lot of hard drives from over the years, mainly for swapping in new ones for upgrades or having saved them from old PCs I'm getting rid of. Today, I gathered all of the loose ones up to go through, label, and/or dispose of them. I get to one drive, and when I open it, it's some random person's username who I do not know. I start shifting through the data, and there is all kinds of personal identifying information, such as tax returns, school papers, applications, and even a few pictures. It has enough information that I was able to track this person down. The crazy thing is, I joined the military right out of high school. This drive was from around 2013 when I was married and living in the South. The only thing linking me to this drive is the fact that it's from my home state. I had a good recollection on all these hard drives I had. I could open them and be like, yeah, this is from this IP or PC. So, enough to claim to custody on the origins or the timelines in my brain. So, my home state is Indiana, where strange things happen. Now, after tracking this dude down, it turns out he is or was from many counties away from my home in a town I never visited. All the devices I have owned I can't count for, and this hard drive I cannot. I have not even purchased or acquired a used laptop, and especially not one while I was 4 states away in 2013. I thought I knew all the hard drives I had stashed because I had been through them all a few times looking for my wife's Minecraft saves. This day I have a random man's hard drive, who I have never met, whom I, or no one I know, is familiar with. I have asked my family. I went through the possibilities. I have no logical explanation. I have asked my mom since I had replaced her hard drive on hers, owned by her, business IP, with an SSD. I asked my dad, which he only had one IP, and I actually just deemed that his HHD for disposable today. I now know no one else to ask because those were the only instances I required a drive. I asked them if they bought a used laptop. They did not. I know a bit of shadowed data can exist with an improper wipe, but these were not wipes and not reused, and even if they somehow were, no one I know's profile or data exists pertaining to me or anyone I know on these drives. It's just one profile with all the info from this one person. This has truly dumbfounded me, and I actually contacted him to see if he could provide me any answers and even just to return his old data to him. In short, I have never been so dumbfounded in my life over something so trivial yet odd. I have thought of any way I could have acquired this drive, and I cannot for the life of me begin to pull a logical explanation. It is as if it appeared in my shit. To the bottom right is the hard drive. We were supposed to take out the creepy statue that someone dumped into the lake. But when the crane reeled in the rope, the mangled bodies of the divers were the only thing that were tied to the rope. I think I saw someone I know despawn. By Prometheus, the Titan God. I saw a glitch NPC. Let me begin with saying I don't believe in ghosts as in a once living person's spirit remaining behind. But even said, this does imply because the person I saw in this glitch is still alive. My job currently has 2 main sites around 10 miles from each other. One has hazmat materials, the other I work at doesn't. I live smack in between the two, as so is my small town. In fact, employees from the main office on a nice day walk into town from lunch at one of the small restaurants. 15 years ago, I had a supervisor, call him Wayne. He had a very unique person you can't mistake for anyone else the way he walks, talks, and so on. When he was my supervisor, we had a third site that closed during the recession years back. The employees then were shuffled into the remaining 2 sites. I was lucky I wasn't sent to the hazard materials department. Wayne wasn't. He had decades of experience at the main office anyway, so he went there. Fast forward to 7 or 8 years ago. He was also transferred into an office position at my site. He was in the middle of his 60s at this point, so my company was kind enough to give him a lighter load. It was great seeing and working with him again. Time definitely took its toll. He looked his age and perhaps a little bit older. Not going to lie, our jobs are very physically tough. Well, he retired after a few years here. I never saw him again. Well, until last year, I went to the town to the post office on my break. As I got back into my car, I saw him walking past my car. I yelled, "Wayne, hey!" I got no response. It's definitely him. I saw him closely, like 3 feet away. His non-response wasn't weird because he was a little hard of hearing. So I got out of my car to go walk up and say hi. I saw him walking towards the post office. I call out to Wayne as he turned the corner. At this point, I was like 2 or 3 feet away as he turned that corner. I stepped around the corner less than 2 of the 2 seconds after him, but he was gone. There wasn't a car for him to get into, and if he went into the post office, the door wouldn't have had enough time to close if he ran to it after turning the corner. There was nowhere for him to go even if he ran like an Olympic champion. This was seconds. It was like the second he left my site, he vanished. Yeah, I checked the post office, even walked the only way he could have gone. Nothing. I went back to work and asked about him. I thought about maybe he came off retirement and was working in the main office again and was on break. Didn't explain how he disappeared, but nope, no one had seen or heard from him again since he retired. Every explanation I could think of didn't account for him disappearing like that. Then it hit me as I asked about him at my job. He didn't look like he did when I saw him last. He looked like he did when I worked with him back when we had that third location. At least 10 to 15 years younger. As I said, I don't believe in ghosts. But I thought, what if I found out he died? I would have to adjust my beliefs. I dug and found out he is very much alive and well living in another state. What did I see? It was him. His very distinctive swag, his glasses. I saw him close up. I wasn't thinking about him at all when I saw him. A doppelganger? A temporal echo? Or has he become just a background NPC I wasn't supposed to notice, or one that wasn't meant to be spawned? I don't know, but it makes me wonder if we are in a simulation and that some people are NPCs. Who is real? What is real? I don't think I want to know. When I saw this job advert that promised free accommodations and covered living expenses, I was ecstatic and applied immediately. The elevator has been going down for 20 minutes now, and I'm beginning to regret my decision. In the 70s for a split second, by Temporarily Upstairs 9. Now, I was never the type of guy that believed in parallel universes or multiple dimensions. But after a strange experience and years of research, I have begun to wonder about the possibilities of such things existing. My change of mind occurred after a strange experience 5 years ago. I remember that date clear, 6th of September 2016. It was the day after I'd moved into my new house, which I still live in today. It's a fairly old house, and I've experienced many odd things in this house, though those things are different stories. The home was built in 1974 to 1976, and was completed in late September of that year. It's had a few owners, one of which was my father's former boss. It's been kept in very good condition and retains many of its original features. In the hallway featured on screen, the carpet was a dingy yellow when I moved it. Had it replaced with a more modern carpet when I had my experience, the carpet was yet to be replaced. Right, the story goes like this. It was our second day in the house and our first night in said house. I woke up early, around 7 p.m.-ish, to help unpack boxes and our items. We were also moving items out of the house which belonged to the previous owners. I was loading a box labeled silverware from our old green car, which was a 1995 Honda Odyssey. The box was heavy, and I lost some grip on that box. Luckily, I have a quick reflex, and I quickly reacted and nudged the box back into my hands using my knee to prevent myself from dropping it. It was when I looked up again, things appeared differently. The first thing, which was hard for me not to notice considering the box was in front of my eyes, was the word silverware. It had completely replaced with the word records and books in black vivid. I was confused at first and simply dismissed it as my bad eyesight. It was not until I let it down to place the box down on the lawn temporarily to close the car door. It is then that I realized something was completely different from my eyes that was playing upon. The car, the distinctive green 1995 Odyssey, was gone. Instead was replaced with a red Ford pickup truck. In complete utter shock, I quickly hurried into the house to find my father. I don't know why, and have no clue what I would have told him. I'm still unsure why I left the garden to find my father. Anyways, when I hurried into the hall, I spotted a figure walking into my parents' bedroom. He was tall and young, maybe 35 to 45 in years, and around 5'8", he wore a brown suit, almost like a tweed suit. He himself hurried along down the hall quickly, so I quickly followed this man in confusion. When I walked down the hall, I noticed the carpet was cleaner, and a stain I had noticed earlier near my bedroom was gone. Perhaps if I hadn't been in such a frenzy, I would have noticed other changes. Anyways, I swiftly walked into my father's room. It was right at that moment when everything went back to normal. The man disappeared, and boom, I nearly toppled my father as I walked right into him when entering his room in which the man had entered. We were so close I could feel his breath. "Whoa, buddy, slow down," I remember him clearly state. He was clearly as confused as I was. When I told him what I saw, we both walked outside, and there was the green Odyssey sat parked under our willow tree, the box where I left it, and the car door open. My father quickly dismissed the situation. I cannot explain what occurred in those brief moments, and probably will never fully understand what occurred on that warm September day. My father doesn't have any explanation for what happened that day. He recounts that day as well, from his perspective. He remembers cleaning some boxes, standing near the sliding door of his room when he saw the same man walking away from the door. I find it odd that the man was walking in two completely opposite directions. He got curious and went to follow, in which time I then stormed in, falling into my dad's chest. I have told my family multiple times the story. None really believe me. It has sort of become a dining room table story for them. I truly believe I was briefly transported into a different era. I can't confirm it, and perhaps if I had a phone back then, I was 15 and my parents were the type of parents who disapproved of young teens having phones. I could have taken a photo or two. Whether it was a time slip, a glitch in the matrix, or my mind playing tricks, this experience will remain in my memories for years. When God appeared before me, suggesting we switch places, I wasted no time in saying yes. As all life has been gone for millennia, and the last stars are starting to go out, I get why he would prefer a mortal life. I fell asleep smiling, listening to my boyfriend's breathing as he slept through the phone. I woke up and smiled, still hearing that loud, heavy breathing, before realizing my phone was dead. The Case of the Missing Shelf Bracket by Kick TD. About a month ago, my wife and I decided to organize our garage and get some shelves put up so we could get some stuff off the garage floor and make more room. We went to Lowe's, a hardware store to non-US/Canadian listeners, to get the shelves, brackets, and screws we needed to do our project. While getting the brackets to hold the shelf boards on the wall, we distinctly remember counting 9 brackets, because the first box only had 6 in it, and we had to get 3 more out of the box behind it to total 9 brackets. So we finished getting everything, including the 3 8-foot long, heavy-ass shelf boards, and go to the checkout. We're doing the self-checkout, and we count the brackets again, and there are 9 in the cart, so we scan one, place it back in the cart with the others, and we are working on setting the quantity to 9 on the self-checkout machine. When one of the workers come up and does it for us, we tell her we have 9 of them. Once we're going out of the store, load everything and go back home, we start working on putting them up and made sure we had, once again, 9 brackets to hold the shelf boards. While putting up the first shelf, I had one of the brackets in my hand while looking for some washers, as the screw heads were just slightly small enough that they would slip through the holes in the bracket. And I remember holding onto the bracket in my hand, then setting it down with the other brackets and walking not 10 steps away to get the washers. As we were in the garage with all the tools and hardware coming back, we start putting the brackets up. So we get to the last shelf, and my wife goes, we have a problem, we're missing a bracket. I look at her with a confused look and said, how? We got 9 from the store, we had 9 at the checkout, we even had 9 when we were putting them up. Is there one still in the vehicle or maybe miscounted? We checked the vehicle, and nothing. No brackets, so now we're even more confused, and I remember I had that one in my hand and set it down with the brackets when I went to get the washers. Maybe I set it down somewhere else and I thought I set it with the other brackets. So we start searching over the whole garage, and mind you, we've moved everything out of the garage to have room to work on our shelves, and we can't find it. We checked my toolbox. On the shelves we had already put up, we checked inside our house, we checked the vehicle 4 or 5 times, we looked everywhere in the garage and couldn't find it. To this day, we still don't know where this missing bracket went. It hasn't turned up anywhere, even though we made sure we had 9 before leaving the store, and even at checkout we counted again and had 9 only to have 1 disappear somehow. Edit, for those who are wondering what the brackets look like, this is what it was and the dimensions of it. It's not small by any means. Appalled, I watched as a man hooked his arms under my bathroom stall, and I lifted my foot to give him a kick. I drew my foot back in shock as his second elbow came into view, his long, spider-like fingers wrapping around the latch. A Looping Road by Desley 4425. I grew up and, in fact, still live in northeast Idaho, and there was a stretch of road that I used to drive regularly that went along a supposedly de-used military base along the route from where I lived to my college. This happened in my early to mid-20s. I'm over 40 now for context. My girlfriend at the time was not known for being the most observant at the best of times, and I'll say she noticed absolutely nothing when this happened while we were both in the car. I had always heard about weird things that went on at that base and that it was supposed to be a high priority target in the Cold War era because of things going on there among other things, but that's not why I'm writing this. About halfway to my house and campus, there was that disused base that I mentioned, where cell signal was non-existent, and the base just seemed to go on for miles. I was aware of the highway hypnosis being a thing, and I always paid attention to things around the base area just to break up the tedium. I was never sure how long the base area actually was or how many gates there were, just that it seemed to go on forever. This day, though, I got curious and started counting gates as I passed them because it seemed like it was taking forever to get through the area. I didn't start counting right away, but after a while I realized we passed 9 gates into the compound before we end up back in civilization, with no cell service and no idea how long the drive should have been. My girlfriend noticed nothing out of the ordinary and just thought I lost my last marble. I asked her how many gates there should have been, and she had no idea and didn't notice the extra long drive. No one missed us, and we didn't have a set time or destination. But ever since then, I've always counted the gates as I drive through there, and I know the mileage now. There are, and have ever only been, 3 gates. 2 look absolutely abandoned, and 1 does look like there is some usage. But there has been a lot more activity there in the last couple of years than previous years. I have no idea why I drove past 9 gates one day and how I noticed it seemed to be looping, but I was leery driving through there for years afterwards. I've had other experiences, but this has to be the biggest glitch. I have wondered more than once if I somehow slipped through a parallel dimension or a plural zone. Douglas Adams reference, especially given the hellscape the US has become, especially post 9/11, and the subtle differences in how I remember things compared to others around me. I slept soundly through the night, only to awaken by a strange noise. As I got out of bed to investigate, I was met with a sight that chilled me to the bone. My own lifeless body laying on the floor. Crazy Experience Outside of the Matrix by DamnPlayer23. I hope I don't sound crazy and someone can help me here. It was late at night. I don't remember the exact day, but it was around October of last year. I was in my girlfriend's basement. We were just winding down from our party. We had smoked a bit of weed from a joint, but I swear it did not take that much, like maybe 1 hit of the joint at most. And we just gotten into bed. The last thing I remember is closing my eyes. I woke up and I was on a surgery table. I heard the surgeons talking about the tools they were using, and every detail of the operation. They were talking about cutting into the back of my head and my upper spine. I heard them talking clearly and felt the pain of every single cut they performed. I heard them talking about how I was waking up and I was in shock. I couldn't understand what was happening and what was going on. I tried to stop it and wake up. I remember reality fading in and out of reality, and I would wake up and to see my girlfriend and her friends looking at me in a shock like I was dying. I could see them crying and look of concern on their faces. They were on their phones with their significant others trying to ask for help, whether to call the police or not. I woke up again and my girlfriend had that look on her face that I will never forget. A look of extreme sadness. It looked like she saw me die and was holding on to me like she was saying her final goodbyes. I was now even more shocked. It was becoming concerning. I would drift in and out of this state, back to my surgery and back into reality where the people closest to me were trying to wake me up out of this. I would feel the real pain of getting cut open and the pain of seeing everyone concerned of me. It was a lot to comprehend at once. It got worse before it got better. It was at a point where what my friends were saying would be different from what I heard. I would hear one of them say, "I need 20 milligrams of something," like they were nurses, and then would talk like the surgeons at the hospital. And it was scary for me to hear that. I would look at the weird and they would look back at me and laugh. Things just kept on shifting and all of a sudden, I heard the sound of a drill and felt an extreme sharp pain in my back, and I screamed and just felt nothingness. And I was in a daze, and I stared at that ceiling for a minute or two. And I felt like I finally woke up, like a wave of relief slowly came over me. I heard my girlfriend say, "I love you," and I looked at her and she was crying. And after that, the night proceeded as normal. Little did I know that wouldn't be the last time that would happen. I didn't talk about this with many people as I feared no one would believe me and just brush it off as a nightmare while I was awake. This almost similar scenario happened once again a few months later. Only I was at my friend's house and I heard these two doctors talking about their shifts and what was happening on the weekend and their plans. And I saw my friends moving in ways that once I questioned if it had actually happened, that didn't. I again felt the pain of being opened up. I felt my shoulder and bones cracking under pressure. I felt my head being cut open. After that night, I seriously questioned if they were just a dream. I told people and no one believed me and thought it was a daymare, and I started to question my sanity. Third time at a restaurant, almost a year later, this happened again. My girlfriend and I were there and it started happening. I heard people around me talking about me and my movement and hoping I didn't touch my head. You see, in these nightmares, I would always feel like I was injured and my head or my neck was opened up. I could hear the surgeons talking about how they needed to fix something and sedate me harder. It was like they were doing an annual repair on me. This time, the sequence was faster, and my girlfriend was crying. She told me to drink water and sit up. And when I did, I felt my back pop, my bones click, and it went away, and I returned to normal. All three of these felt far, far stronger than some damn dream. It's more than that. No one dreams while they're awake. These experiences are far too real to not talk about. I hope not even my worst enemy experiences this hell. It has made me question everything. I strongly believe there are some forces out there that we have yet to understand. I don't know if I'm just crazy or if something sinister is happening. I have some theories, I think that humans may be stuck in some matrix simulation. If I'm experiencing a high level of consciousness, I'm perplexed, and I don't have any possible solution to what has been happening. And I highly doubt many people have experienced this. I just hope I'm not alone. I need answers. I never want to experience it again, as this has messed up me mentally and ruined my view of life. And I believe we may be in a simulation. And I woke up and now stuck deeper into it. I fought my way out all those times, or again, I may be crazy for thinking that. Thank you for watching, and I hope you hear some theories or any input at all. Let me know. Thanks. With the unbelievable number of murder victims found in Charleston, 18 bodies in 3 months, the city was paralyzed with fear. Even I was afraid, realizing quickly that I was not the only serial killer in town. Fruit of the Loom by Ceramic Saturn. I guess I'm late to the party on this. I like to share my side of things on the Fruit of the Loom story. Personally, outside the curiosity like the Berenstain Bears Mandela effect, I've personally thought most of this was hogwash. As a huge Star Wars fan, I remember clearly it being "No, I am your father," with Luke, "I am your father" basically just used as a marketing phrase. I remember C-3PO's leg being silver. I remember most of these things correctly. I do remember being Berenstain Bears, but it wasn't a big enough part of my life to make me start becoming paranoid or anything. When I was a kid, my family lived in Elvican, Kentucky. My dad worked at the Fruit of the Loom. It felt like everything revolved around this company when I was young. My dad worked as an applications manager. My dad would bring home the IMB ThickPads, the Palm Pilots, all sorts of cool technology that seemed light years ahead of the time to my elementary through middle school age kid's mind. We had tons of company family functions. He'd bring home clothes, etc. Needless to say, this logo was a huge part of my mind. I remember thinking the cornucopia was a loom, and distinctly remember my dad correcting me on that while laughing and teaching what it actually was. I also remember doodling the logo when I was in class, and making the cornucopia as a bunch of spirals. I just found this Mandela effect this morning, and texted my dad, who's now long moved on from the company. I texted the logo with the cornucopia in it and said, "You work there. Do you not remember this as their logo?" The response I got was, "I did and do remember it." I then called him, and he asked me why we were talking about something like this. I told him how I was watching the X Games this weekend, which was sponsored by them, and noticed the logo had it removed. After going on the internet to realize apparently it never had the cornucopia in it. He got very defensive immediately, as if someone was calling him a liar, and said, "What do you mean it wasn't their logo? I have things in storage with that logo stitched on it. I know I saw that thing every day for years." I explained to him what a Mandela effect was, which I don't think he quite understood, but the logo thing got him very worked up. He's apparently still friends with a couple of former workers on Facebook. He's going to reach out to them today to see if they remember the same thing. Quite honestly with you, this is one of those freak out moments for myself. I can legitimately say, without a doubt, that this logo used to be different. It bothers me probably more than I ever thought something like this would. It's like being told your parents' name suddenly is something different. I have no reason to remember this cornucopia being there. I didn't even know what this damn thing was until my father corrected me. These are burned in childhood memories I know exist. Not just, I folded the laundry so I know. I remember large models of this logo at family events. I remember sitting in that damn cornucopia they had. God, the more I think about it, the more it feels like a huge prank. I'll post with updates, if any. Thanks for hearing out my first post here. And there is updates if you're interested. I will have the link to this story on my website if you'd like to check it out. Let this be my final lesson to you all. When casting a necromantic spell, you must read each word correctly. He wanted to say farewell, but under the gaze of his distraught students, his rotting jaw fell to the ground. The car accident that didn't happen by Ceramic Saturn. Some may know me based on my post in the Mandela Effect thread. My father worked at the Fruit of the Loom headquarters in Kentucky. It has since moved. And we both have extremely specific memories and life events regarding the cornucopia. I've had a small handful of other experiences in my life that are perplexing, but nothing in regards to glitches per se, except for this. It honestly bothers me, although it's not scary, just confusing, if that makes any sense. Not sure why, but it's been on my mind as of late, so I figured I'd get this out of my system and post it here. This was a few years ago, so my wife is Canadian born and she still had family up there. Her father had passed several years prior from pancreatic cancer that wasn't diagnosed in time, and her mother was now very ill from complications due to Parkinson's disease. It was a long time coming, and her health having sharply deteriorated after my father-in-law's passing. She was in insistent care living, could no longer speak, and we all knew she would be passing extremely soon. My wife went up to say her goodbyes, and she happened to pass away while she was up there. She stayed some time afterwards to take care of her affairs and attend her funeral. I was working in extremely bad company at the time with an owner who was egotistical and liked to threaten people quite a bit, and was basically told that if I took off that time to go to the funeral, I wouldn't have a job to come back to when I returned. So I stayed here in the States, missed my mother-in-law's funeral. It pissed me off, but there wasn't anything I could do at the time. After it was all complete, I went to pick up my wife at the airport. I saw her along the curbside in front of her airline area and pulled over. There were traffic cops up ahead that will bark at you if you put your vehicle into park, so I was in a hurry to get her luggage, get back into the truck. I had a 2017 Toyota Tacoma at the time. It was the SR5 package with the chrome rear bumper corners on the rear. I picked up her suitcase and flung into the bed of the truck, kissed her, and asked her how she was doing, and opened her door. As she started to get in, I ran around the truck to the driver's side and got in. In this short amount of time, someone had pulled in right in front of me and was taking their sweet time. So I decided to back up to give myself enough room to pull around them into the middle lane. I looked at my backup camera, didn't see anyone, and proceeded to go into reverse. Suddenly, the truck stopped abruptly. I had hit someone that was out of sight of the camera on the corner of my bumper. I was in such a rush to get out of there I didn't even use my mirrors. Dumb, I know. My wife asked me if we hit someone. I said that we had and told her to wait there. I got out and there was a red/maroon Hyundai behind me with a pushed-in grille and a front part of the hood. A Mexican woman and her mother came out of the car screaming at me. I apologized over and over, and they eventually calmed down and realized it was just an honest mistake. I took ownership of the fault from the beginning to end, and they seemed content I wasn't trying to skirt responsibility. I looked at my Tacoma, and the chrome part of the bumper, there's chrome only on each far corner, was scraped up badly and slightly dented upwards, though I was honestly pretty happy to see how little damage there was after looking at how badly the Hyundai was banged up. They explained the car was a rental and they seemed very stressed about having damaged it. They didn't get any insurance from the rental place and were adamant I filled out the paperwork in the glove compartment that provided in case of an accident, which I promptly filled out without any hesitation. I showed them my insurance, which they took a picture of with their phone, and filled that info out as well on the paperwork along with everything else. We wrapped things up, came back into the truck, apologized to my wife who said something to the effect of "shit happens, it's alright," and we went home. Next day I went out to look at my truck, thinking I have to eBay the chrome piece to replace it. It's a cheap part and I'd rather that than have to deal with my insurance replacing the part on top of having to pay for the rental's damage. I was shocked to see there wasn't any damage on the chrome. In fact, I thought I was mistaken on the side I hit since there was absolutely no damage, and checked the other chrome bumper piece. Nothing. Here's the part that messes with me. I never was contacted by my insurance or any other party or company about that crash. My wife remembers it. I remember it. But there was never any damage to that truck after that initial day. And the people who didn't have rental insurance, who would have most certainly reported me due to how badly that Hyundai's damage was, never reported me. Keep in mind, I was super stressed out for weeks, so it's not like we imagined this or something, cause I know I have to deal with the insurance companies and pay a deductible, etc. Money was tight at the time as well, and I was extremely stressed out about having to pay $500 for the deductible. I kept waiting for a call. Something in the mail. Nothing. I suppose this could be explained away as they were trying to be nice or something and just use their own insurance. I mean, who would take out their own deductible for someone else they didn't even know? But even past that, it doesn't explain why my truck was no longer scraped up and dented. Has anyone else had an experience like this? This Reddit sub was the only place I figured it was relevant. Thanks. Fever, nausea, confusion, excessive salivation, and delirium. All common signs of rabies, and none of them what I expected to be dealing with when I woke up this morning. After another senseless beating, he was sent to bed without dinner again. He smiled quietly as he could hear his father writhing on the dining room floor in agony. The powdered glass he snuck into the stew, wreaking havoc on his insides. Flash a light into stop motion by TV. I have a pretty mundane glitch that was actually kinda creepy, and something about it was seriously unsettling, but I'm not really sure what the heck it was or what it was about. What's worse is it wasn't just me that experienced it. My boyfriend also saw the whole thing play out. It actually happened just the other day, so the whole thing is still pretty fresh in my memory. I was downstairs in the laundry room trying to fill the washing machine with a load of laundry, and when I get to the end of the current basket, I determine there's a bit more space left of the machine. I yell for my boyfriend to bring down another basket so that I could finish filling it. He rushes up, grabs one, and then rushes downstairs to get it to me. I start loading the clothes into the machine and get it filled up. And as soon as I close the lid on the machine, the light in the laundry room seems to go out. I kinda screamed as it scared me, mostly because of the timing, and my boyfriend just laughs at me, mentioning that the breaker must have tripped or something. I asked him to go check, and he went over to where the switch was and commented that it had been flipped to the off position. That was obviously weird, as we both were there by the washing machine, and it wasn't a huge deal. I just thought maybe I didn't flip it on all the way and timing was just impeccable. That's when it got weird. My boyfriend flipped the switch back to the on position, and as soon as the light clicked on, the room was filled with the brightest flash of light I have ever seen. It was as if someone had taken the flash of a Kodak camera and turned it up to 11. What was weirder was that it wasn't just a flash and then gone. It was a bright flash, and then it was like it faded in slow motion. Like it was dialed up, and then someone was slowly turning it back down. As the light faded, I saw what looked like silhouettes on the person walking from the door to the washing machine, and then saw them loading what looked like clothes into the washing machine, and then saw a second silhouette walking down with another basket of clothing. It took me a few moments to realize what I was seeing, but I was basically watching what had just happened in some sort of detailless playback form. After a few seconds, the whole thing played out and it was over, and the light was gone. I just stood there staring at the room and then over to my boyfriend, but the look on his face screamed what I was thinking. I asked him if he saw what I had just seen, and he just kind of nodded and yep, let's not talk about it, ever. I said, okay. Checked to make sure the washer had kicked on, and then walked towards the door to go back upstairs. We both went up and didn't talk about the freaky event that we both just witnessed. Unfortunately, that's the whole story. We saw this play out. We haven't really discussed it because it was weird, and neither one of us has ever seen anything like it since. The laundry got done as normal, if anyone cares, and the basement still feels completely like a normal room. No idea what it was, but if anyone has any thoughts, please do feel free to share them. My cheating, abusive husband always leaves strict instructions about what he wants for dinner, and makes me taste test his meals before he eats it, because he is paranoid I might someday poison him. Tonight I smiled as I tasted the meal, the portrait of a perfect wife, because after all, I'm not the one that's deadly allergic to peanut butter. I seamlessly melted into the marinara.
A Glitch at the Park, translated by J Nightmares. This happened when I went to a theme park in Nagasaki with 3 friends. The sun set in the blink of an eye, and we were having a great time, riding on various attractions, eating, and enjoying the illumination lights. It had rained and it was a little damp, but overall, it was great. We moved towards an attraction inside a palace, and there was a huge line of people waiting to get in. Since I guess we would be waiting for a while, I took the chance to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, I couldn't find my friends anywhere since the line of people seemed to have doubled. I called one of my friends, and they answered straight away. "Sorry, where are you guys?" I heard my friend's side of the call, and it sounded really noisy, like they were in a crowd of people. "Can you raise your arm so we can see you?" I asked. "Yes, come find us," she replied through the intermittent static. I hung up, and I tried to find a bit of free space in the crowd to make it easier for my friends to find me. However, I didn't see any of my friends or any arms up in the air. I gave them a call back and said, "Hey, sorry, I can't find you yet. Have you still got your arm up?" There in the crowd, I saw an arm raise up. I pushed through the crowd to get to them, but when I reached the place I thought they were, I couldn't find them. Someone else had their arm up. I was about to call them back when I saw someone with their arm up in the small grove of trees behind the crowd. I wondered as I grew closer to them. on why they had chosen such a strange place to wait for me. I saw my 3 friends beckoning to me in the wooded area. I started to speed up to reach them, since they were receding into the tree line. And just as I was about to start jogging, I felt a hand land on my shoulder. "Where are you going?" one of my friends asked. "Where have you been?" she asked. I didn't know what was happening. They had just been waving me over to the trees, yet now they were in front of me. I turned back to the trees and there was no one there. I told my friends about what I had just experienced, and I pointed out that I have even spoken with one of them over the phone. But they just stared at me confused and showed me their call history. If I hadn't spoken with any of them, then who did I speak to? And who were the people calling me into the woods? I was so confused, I couldn't enjoy the rest of our time at the theme park. I couldn't get what had just happened out of my head. Since the park was so big, we decided to take a boat ride back to the entrance. Taking in some of the illumination and scenery should have calmed me down a bit. But it didn't. Something else happened. As we were down the canal in our boat, there was a bridge up ahead, and there were 4 figures stood on the bridge. I can remember it so clearly. I saw all 4 of us on that bridge. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I turned to my friends to see if they were shocked as I was, but it was as if they couldn't see them. I looked back at them on the bridge. This time, I couldn't turn away. I felt as if I was frozen in time. Those doppelgangers stared back at me and grinned. Our boat went under the bridge, and I turned to get another look at them. But when we came out the other side, they had disappeared. I have no idea if this was some sort of glitch in the Matrix, or if I was looking into a parallel universe or something. I just remember how horrifying the whole experience was to me. It was uncanny, and I often see those doppelgangers when I shut my eyes. Was something calling me? I will update if anything else happens.
The fireplace was so cozy, and Joseph distinctly wondered why he had never tried to sit this close to it before. The search party found the missing boy frozen to death in the ice-cold fireplace of the abandoned house. Changing Mall by Anonymous. My parents and I have both experienced glitch in the Matrix in the past couple of days. One of the experiences was long too. It happened at the mall. We had a weird experience there before, but always just thought it was coincidence. After this, my mom and I definitely believe there's something paranormal / off about that area. First off, let me explain the layout of the mall. I would consider this mall to be pretty big. There's a main part of the mall, and all around that there's a bunch of strip malls. It's easy to get lost and disorientated. The mall is also in a rural area. It's hilly and there's lots of trees and shrubs around. We drove into the parking lot. At first we noticed it kinda is empty, but don't think anything of it. The mall tends not to be crowded, and that's why we chose to go there. Once we enter the mall, my mom and I go our separate ways. The first thing we both noticed that seemed odd was everything seemed sluggish, and the mall appeared to be way smaller. We didn't think much of it, since this was the first time we'd been there in 5 years or so. So let's fast forward to the point where we're done shopping and want to leave. This is when things got weird. We had decided to meet up at Marcy's. I was in Marcy's a couple minutes before and was familiar with the layout. I went to the area my mom said she was, looked around, but couldn't find her. We kept in contact, texting back and forth, and tried to better explain where we were. After about 25 minutes of that, I got frustrated and decided to meet her at the sitting area outside the Marcy's. We call each other, say we are sitting outside, but we still can't find each other. Then my mom mentioned she is near the Forever 21, which annoyed me because the Forever 21 isn't near the Marcy's, it's near the JCPenney, which our mom did go to when we first got to the mall earlier in the day, but I figured that she probably would have left and went into Marcy's. When I told her she was at JCPenney's, that whole time she was confused, but we brushed it off. We did think it was weird the layout was the same and there was nothing to indicate that she was at a different store, like during checkout. Now the drive is when things got weirder. So this mall isn't close to my mom's house. It's about 25 miles, and that drive usually takes around 45 minutes. We have done this drive a lot, and I went to school in the area. The mall has always been 15 minutes drive from the school, and the school has always been 30 minutes from the house. First off, we needed to make a stop. It seemed like we got to the exit quickly, but didn't think anything of it. We got what we needed from the pharmacy and headed home. It took 15 minutes. My mom even looked at the clock because she remembered thinking it was odd. And I just used the map to the pharmacy, and it's 21 miles, a 31-minute drive. She wasn't speeding because she never does speed. It was like a chunk of the drive disappeared. Last week was glitchy, but this was the weirdest of all of the experiences. I always enjoy the look of children's faces as they swing back and forth in the park. It's just a pity that all too soon somebody always insists that they have to be cut down.
Ring from alternate timeline appeared in my dryer. By u/Millennium Falcor. A little over a decade ago, I was married to a man, and in the throes of a struggle with anorexia, which in hindsight, I think was inflamed by my inability or refusal to look at the fact that I'm gay. Needing to believe that staying in my marriage was the right thing to do, I began obsessing over a very specific and unusual ring that I wanted for a vow renewal. I hadn't gotten a ring the first time. This was a quantum or fantasy cut mystic topaz in white gold. That's important. And just to stress the point of how strange a ring it was, I used to work in fine jewelry and have never saw one like it come through my store. Fast forward 10 or so years, past my reconciliation with my sexual orientation, my coming out, my recovery from anorexia, and marrying a woman to June of last year. I was preparing to go on a camping trip with my wife and 2 friends, and I was getting a couple of loads of laundry done before we had to leave. I heard something rattling around the dryer, but naturally, I assumed it was a quarter or a button or something. When the cycle was done, I went to retrieve the clothes, and as soon as I opened the door, something fell onto the floor. A 3-carat quantum fantasy cut mystic topaz ring in 14K white gold. Incidentally, it's 3 sizes too small. I have turned this around in my brain so many times, examining it from every possible angle. The specificity of it is something that I've never been able to get over. This is the kind of ring you have made custom, and it fell out of my fucking dryer. It wasn't until today that it struck me. Could this have belonged to me in another timeline? One in which I never left my ex-husband, never came out, and never recovered? one in which I continued losing weight, had a vow renewal, and would need this very specific ring to be 3 sizes smaller than the size that I wear here and now. Though, my wife thoroughly believes it to be pure coincidence, I can't accept that. It's just too weird. My wife did not know about the ring, or at least it's very unlikely. To my recollection, I never mentioned it to her. It was tied to another life with another partner and a very painful time, which I didn't even really like thinking about, let alone discussing. I myself had put it out of my mind, and it wasn't until I found it that all those pictures that I'd saved to my old computer came rushing back to me. My wife and I wear the same ring size, also shoe size, so it's unlikely that she would have mistakenly bought or ordered, given how unusual the ring is, such a small size. In case anyone is wondering, the ring is a 5.25 and my wife and I wear an 8.5. We also don't have the kind of money to make such purchases. My wife does not believe in manifestation and is one of the most honest and authentic people that I have ever known, so I can't imagine she would lie about not recognizing it. I don't know what she would stand to gain. It's extremely unlikely that my ex purchased the ring for me before we split up and could not have been hidden in my clothes, only to come loose from a pocket after this years. My ex was not a gift giver. I think the only gift he has ever bought me was a paperback book for one birthday. He was not a fan of the idea of a vow renewal, and I think the idea was largely an obsession or personal fantasy to distract me from the internal crisis that I was avoiding. Further, my style and size have changed dramatically since he and I were together. I can think of only one garment that I still own, that I owned at the time, and it's an oversized t-shirt that I sometimes sleep in, which has no pockets just to mention. On the same theme, I now live in a different house in a different town and have since a few months after he and I split up.
We drew the stairway on the mirror using Mom's lipstick, turning off the lights and staring at it until the Queen of Spades began descending down it. I just wish one of us remembered that the lipstick was smear-free. Strange things have been happening, and my mom has also noticed. By Junior Winner 4344. Well, I live with my mom, and at first things would disappear, like I would leave my phone charger on the table and it would disappear, and then 5 minutes later it would appear on that table again. First it was like, whatever. Then it started happening more and more, often with other things. One time while I was at work, my mom called me and she was like, "When did you change your bed sheets?" And I was like, "What?" "I still have the blue ones." And she was like, "No, you have a red one now." And I was like, "No, you're just imagining things." And she walked in her room that moment and she was like, "Oh, what the hell?" "I know I saw them red earlier. When I walked in there, I was like, it was your imagination." Now, the other thing that just happened to both of us confirms that something's happening, something strange. We were at Walmart the other day and she got a bottle of some hand soap. She was like, "Smell it?" I'm like, "It smells good, like lemon." And I read the label in the front of her very clearly, lemon-scented hand soap. I told her, "Perfect, we can put this one in the bathroom to wash our hands." So a few days pass, and today I finished using the restroom and I was going to wash my hands, but we had no soap, and I told my mom, "Where's the lemon hand soap we bought the other day?" So she was like, "It's under the sink," so I went and grabbed it. opened it and squeezed the nozzle. It wasn't soapy, it was a weird texture. I'm like, okay. So I called my mom to the restroom and I'm like, this soap doesn't work. She was like, how strange, and she picks it up. Her face went pale. I'm like, what's wrong? And she was like, remember you reading the label the other day and it clearly said lemon-scented hand soap? I was like, yep, why? She turns the bottle around and it said lemon-scented body lotion. I instantly knew that was wrong. I'm like, what the hell? That just confirms what I was suspecting all along, that we're having a lot of glitches lately and maybe even going to a parallel universe or something. I know it sounds lame, but I'm glad I now have my mom as a witness to this that's happening and I'm not crazy or imagining things. What do you guys think is happening? Glitches, parallel universe switching, or could the house be haunted? And some ghosts are messing with us? I enjoyed the process of taxidermying butterflies until I heard blood-curdling whispers in my head at 3 a.m. in my room. Our poor souls are lost once again, now that our wings and bodies drop dead in display boxes for your monstrous amusement. So we will now take yours instead. My Parallel Universe Xbox/Game Disc by Sparrow. Narrated by Miss Creepytails.
Sometime in 2020, I think around March, before the UK lockdown, me and my cousin were playing Tekken 7 on my Xbox. Out of nowhere, the game crashes and goes back to the Xbox home, and so I thought, oh, must have been a little malfunction. I click on the icon to start playing again, and a message that says, "Enter a disc to play this game," pops up. I knew from there that the disc must have gotten stuck, and so was my gutted, but not too much, as I only play the Xbox when my cousin is around, and also I have the game on PC. The whole of 2020 goes by, and I didn't or couldn't get my Xbox fixed due to the pandemic, and I wasn't too fussed on it, as again, I didn't really play it. One of my sisters and I tried to get the disc out manually. There was a manual ejection button that you could press with something thin, so we used a paperclip. That didn't work, and we accidentally lost the paperclip inside the Xbox. And then, we even opened the Xbox up, trying to see if we could access the reader to get the disc out, but we needed a specific screwdriver for that, so no luck there. We eventually gave up and my sister checked the game case, just in case, but no game was in it. Around April of 2021, I decided that it's time that I get the Xbox fixed, as my older sister was getting married in a couple months' time, and so she was over frequently, and family would be over soon to help with preparations and etc., and so it might be used to play. I took it to my local electronic experts and told them the problem that a disc was stuck inside, and they said no problem, that it will be around 20 euros. However, if the reader happens to break while they're taking the disc out, it will cost more than usual, and I say fine and to leave it to them. I then receive a text the same day from them saying that it's ready to be collected and will only cost 20 euros. And so I remember being happy as there was no damage done. I go to the shop and they proceed to tell me that there was no disc in the drive. I was utterly confused. My immediate thoughts were that they were scamming me and that they took my disc. They're a trusted company, but I was so disoriented by this. Or that maybe they didn't really check. So, I asked if they put another disc in, and they said yes, and that it works completely fine. They also found the paperclip me and my sister lost and returned it to me in a small Ziploc bag. I then said thank you and paid and left, still confused, and even phoned my sister, who couldn't answer as she was in a meeting, so I texted her everything. To which she then phoned me soon after. I tell her that they didn't find the disc, and I think they may have taken the disc, still believing this outrageous hypothesis that I made. I go home, and just to make sure that I'm not going crazy, I check the Tekken 7 case. And what do you know? The game is there. I remember telling my sister this over text, and she phoned me again, also confused, stating that she checked the game case on the night we opened the Xbox up, just to make sure that I wasn't being silly. But it really wasn't there. I still don't know what happened, and I asked both my mom and dad, even though they never touched the Xbox, if they had maybe seen the disc and put it back in, and they both denied. I then thought maybe a guest or an extended family member came over and saw it and then put it back. But then I remember that it was locked down, so no one would have been at our house anyways. This really sucked, as it meant that I could have used my Xbox for the past year, but I didn't. But you couldn't blame me, as I was 100% sure that there was a disc inside. I genuinely would have betted my life on the fact that there was a disc inside. I've got several far-fetched explanations, but they are all a reach, and I genuinely believe that I and my family, or by Xbox, entered a parallel universe or something, or experienced memory loss from carbon monoxide poisoning, as these explanations just do not make sense. Explanation 1, which is the most realistic one. Me and my cousin were actually playing on my PC. This doesn't make sense, however, as I and him specifically remember playing on the Xbox. We also always play on the Xbox when he's here anyways, as it's much easier than getting my laptop out, then plugging the HDMI in, etc. And also, I remember the message about entering a disc coming up. Explanation 2, which is very far-fetched, that after a while, out of autopilot, I maybe saw the disc ejected and put it back in the case but forgot. This obviously doesn't make sense, as I would have remembered something like this, even if it was autopilot, due to the seriousness of the situation, which is my Xbox potentially being broken. Also, I remember my sister opening the game case and seeing no game in there. She also opened the other game cases just in case. I am not here for an explanation, but just to share my story, although if you have one, I would love to hear it.
My wife was sound asleep as I looked through my bedroom window at 3 a.m. and saw the strange man just standing there with a knife in the dark, grinning. I threw down my cigarette and ran for the door, but he had locked me out of the house. How My Perspective of Reality Changed Forever by Sensimilia. Before this story starts, I just want to warn that this story has a death, eating disorder, mental illness, and drug use in it. Good morning. I'd like to start by saying that English isn't my first language, and I hope this won't affect the understanding of my writing. I wanted to share a story from my high school years that totally changed the way I look at reality. I don't know if I can call it a glitch in the Matrix, but hear me out. And prepare yourself. It's a really long story. Roughly 10 years ago, I was a restless 15-year-old developing a range of mental issues, from depression and bulimia to extreme anxiety that led to heavy drug addiction a few years later. All caused by my emerging borderline personality disorder. I'm almost 4 years clean, I think, and I found a sort of balance right now, so I'm happy for myself. I'm saying all of this to paint the picture of those difficult years and the impact this event had on me. At the time, I met a person in school, LL, notorious to be that edgy emo that sung in a metal band kid. And me, wanting to be an edgy emo girlfriend of a metal band kid, I was super invested. He was particularly weird, not in tune with this world. He lived in his reality, and having to survive in this world was hard. Like he had difficulty understanding the basic rules of the society. And I related so much with that. Once, he fought with his parents and walked 20 kilometers in the middle of the night and walked through the woods just to come to my garden. Left a heartfelt 2-page letter in the patio, and spent the night walking through the countryside near my village. I still have that letter. On the other hand, I had a hard time believing what he was saying to me. His stories were always a little too good. He always found himself in shenanigans or adventures, and I took these as stories, nothing more. We still enjoyed each other's company as the weird, infamous weed-smoking emo couple. But there was a story he told me secretly with such heartfelt emotions that it struck me, and I vividly remember that day. He confessed to me that he believed he was an indigo child, and he knew when he would die. I was perplexed but intrigued, and asked him for more information. Throughout his life, he always had this realization or intrusive thought that accompanied him, and he came to accept his fate. LL would die at 19, in a lot of pain. He saw beside him blood and syringes, and no drugs involved. Cut. We got contact sometime after, when my drug addiction inevitably drove me away from all my previous close friends, preferring other teenage heroin addicts. Years later, when I was 17 and still in high school, I remember that particular moment so clearly in my mind, like this happened yesterday. We were preparing to leave for the day at 1 p.m., and in the halls a large amount of people were in clear shock. I asked one of my friends what all the fuss is about, and she told me that LL was killed. My first reaction? I laughed. For a second, in my delusional mind, I thought that he trolled everyone or trying to joke leverage on the fact that he always elaborated stories about himself. For 15 minutes, I was blissfully delusional. Until someone else had more details. He was riding his bike with his bandmates to practice. When he crossed the street, a driver of a big truck transporting gravel didn't see him and crushed him under the wheels of the vehicle. But at the time, LL wasn't dead. He was immediately transferred to an ambulance where he died, surrounded by pools of his own blood and paramedics trying to deal with multiple organ damage and internal bleeding. In that precise moment, what he said to me years prior resurfaced in my memory, and I literally froze. I could see myself in a third-person perspective. There was my life before, and there was my life after that event. I really don't know how LL predicted his death, knowing so much that he described the exact moment to me, down to his precise age. After this, I really don't know what to think. I don't have any conclusions. I'm afraid. I'm still baffled to this day. If you have some similar stories, please share. I really need to try to understand what's happening here. How is that possible in a world where future isn't already written? Sorry for the long post. I thought you might enjoy my experience. I will always remember LL, my edgy emo kid. If you're interested in the letters, I still have it. I can show you. It's in Italian, but I can translate it for you. After being chased by vampires through the forest, gasping and wounded, we finally reached a shallow river where the flowing water should be able to ward them off. Before we could cross through, my last surviving companion squeezed my wrist in a death grip and grinned at me, saying, "Well, this has gone on long enough, hasn't it?"
Missing Time in the Abandoned House. Translated by J. Nightmares. About a 30-minute walk from my apartment, there is an old abandoned Japanese-style house. I am quite familiar with this building. On my route to and from high school, when I'm in the mood for a change of scenery, I pass the house. The abandoned house has been there for ages, and there's no nameplate on the house. The garden is overgrown with weeds, and the garage is wide open that you can see that it's filled to the roof with all sorts of garbage. It's a 2-story building. The cracked and broken windows are caked with dirt and years of accumulated dust. Their windows are so clouded up that you cannot see inside. I was never really interested in it. It was just a part of the scenery to me, something to look at on my way home. One day, on my way home from school, as I was passing by that house, I heard something. Some kind of tapping. I thought it might be someone nearby doing some construction work, so I didn't pay it much mind. Then, pretty much the same thing happened to me after about a week. The same tapping sound coming from nearby the abandoned house. I thought, that's weird. The construction work is still ongoing a week later. This was pretty much routine every time I passed the abandoned house for a while. The sound of something tapping or banging, whatever you want to call it. It was weird, but who cares, I thought. Something was repeating itself every time I walked by, like it was a record skipping, or it was stuck on loop. Was it coming from the house? A really strange feeling came over me, and I felt incredibly anxious, but I didn't want to leave. I stood outside staring at the abandoned house. It was obvious that no one lived in that house, but I felt that there was something going on in there. Maybe someone trespassing. I didn't know if I should report it or not. And just as I was considering this, a police officer showed up on a bike. He was pretty young, and I told him about the strange repetitive sounds that I've been hearing. He listened to what I had to say while nodding and making agreeing noises. We didn't hear the tapping sounds though. The police officer said, "Well, I will make a report, but you better head home. It's getting pretty dark." I thought he was just saying that to get rid of me, since I was just a kid. I doubted that he was going to make a report. Then, he paused, perhaps considering the way he just fobbed me off, and said, "Hey, I'll go and check out the house." He unlocked the gate and carefully walked through the weeds. I followed him. We arrived at the front door, and he tried to open it, but it was locked. We walked around looking for another point of entry when we heard the tapping sound starting up again. "Is anyone there?" he called out. We went around the back and found a window open, so then he crept through it. It was dusk and still mildly bright out, and I waited outside for the officer to return. After about 15 minutes, he didn't come back. I was getting freaked out. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. The only response I had was that strange tapping sound. I pulled out my phone and called the police, and shortly after I ended the call, 2 other police officers arrived at the scene. They tried radioing the young officer who went into the house, but they couldn't reach him. It began to get dark, and the police officers wanted to keep me around. I couldn't leave now. They went inside that house, and I was so scared for them. But they returned, and they said no one was inside. Did the young officer leave the house from some other exit? Or has he just disappeared? We left the house that night, not understanding what had happened. It stayed on my mind. After a couple of days, I was still concerned about the young officer, so I went down to the local police station to ask about him. I was fully expecting them to say that he was fine, but when I got there, I saw his photo on the notice board. The words beneath his picture said, "Missing person." I found out from the other 2 officers that the abandoned house had been searched multiple times, but the officer was still unaccounted for, as is the original owner of that house. They told me that they found his hat in there, but no other clue or hint of what happened. I don't know what on earth happened in there. Was the officer spirited away? Was it some glitch in the Matrix? Will he appear somewhere else down the line? Who knows? I still can't believe it happened right in front of me. One thing I feel is certain is that if you ever hear a tapping sound coming from an abandoned building, don't bother investigating it. Update. After 4 months, a 300-man search for the officer has yielded no results.
Be not afraid, be not afraid, the young angel muttered to himself as he prepared for the first time seeing a human. But the words caught in his throat. His eyes widened in horror as he watched helplessly as the first man he saw finished hacking off a little boy's arms. Pretty sure I slipped in the shower and died. By Concert Sufficient 966. I know this story is going to sound weird and crazy, but hear me out. I'm not too familiar with this subreddit, but a friend of mine who always talks about the metaphysics, Twilight Zone, simulation type stuff loves this sub, and keeps telling me to post this. In fact, no doubt he'll read this. Hey Zane. Anyway, here's my story. 2 weeks ago, I'm about to get ready for the party at 6. Just before I started getting ready, one of my friends messaged me super excited because a boy she had a crush on for the last 4 years finally asked her out, and he was coming with her to the party. While I was texting her back, my younger brother walked into my room and asked if I could drive him to his friend's house, which I agreed to do. Then I went to the bathroom to have a shower and do my makeup. So I get in the shower, but when I went to wash my hair, I realized my conditioner was finished. I was pretty ticked off because I'd only just bought it a couple days beforehand, and it's an expensive brand. My younger sister always uses my things, so I knew she used it all. She also trashed the bathroom, leaving water everywhere and her dirty towel on the floor. I was pissed off and was about to get out of the shower in order to tell her off and get some more conditioner. But as I went to get out, I realized at the last second that she had kicked the grippy mat that we have at the bottom of our shower tub up. Our shower/tub is super slippery without that grip mat. So as I went to step out, my foot slipped and I fell with my neck down onto the edge of the tub. Time seemed to slow down in my head, and I remember my last thought was, wow, this is how I die? How stupid. But here's the thing. The moment of impact, I woke up with a start back in my bed. I know it sounds stupid and cheesy, like something from a dumb Netflix show, but there's literally no way to describe what happened. I was laying in bed right before I got up to shower the first time, but I don't remember falling asleep. The thing is, I've been a lucid dreamer for the last 5 or so years, and if this was a dream, it was way more vivid than anything I had ever experienced. What weirded me out though was the exact same friend who texted me the first time messaged me after I woke up to tell me that the boy she had a crush on had asked out another girl, and she was pretty bummed about it and didn't want to come to the party. I was weirded out that there was some similarities between that and the dream, but I didn't think much of it at first. As I went to reply, my younger brother came in and asked if I could take him to his friend's house. All the blood drained from my face. He just stood in the doorway looking confused and asked me what was wrong. I rushed into the bathroom, feeling like I was losing my fucking mind, and went to check the conditioner bottle. I know this sounds completely crazy, but the bottle was finished just like before, and the grip mat was kicked up. At that point, I went to lay back down in bed and text my friends to tell them that I wouldn't be going to the party. Sorry if my story is no good. I'm not much of a writer, but at least now you can stop telling me to post this here, Zane. Ever since I was 5, the strange man kept a distance of 50 feet away from me, making it impossible to see his face. But now, as he stood above the unconscious body of my abusive husband, after having beaten him almost to death, I could recognize the face of my late father. Standing in the store's changing room wearing nothing but my underwear, I leant my hand against the mirror to pull off my shoes. I realized with a sinking feeling in my chest that there was no space between my hand pressed against the surface of the mirror and the reflection in the mirror. The Old Highway Glitch by Animated Major. So this story is about 20 years old now. I'm 40 and I was 20 at the time. I remember it very clearly, as does my mother. We were on a trip from Utah to California, passing into San Diego. The trip has an overpass that we pass under, and we have made that trip 1,000 times over the course of my life. We always use the overpass to signify the start or end of the trip, depending on which way we are going. So this trip had been grueling. We had a lot of car trouble and had been harassed by the California border because they caught us with ferrets once a few years earlier, so they regularly demand to search our car in case we are smuggling wild animals. With that in mind, we were ready to get home. It was hitting sunset as we approached the city. We passed under the landmark overpass, and my mom sighed and said, "We're home." And I cheered and went back to listening to music. It usually took about 45 minutes from the overpass to get to our doorstep. After roughly half an hour of driving, we both started getting confused. We were passing under freeways that we wouldn't normally pass under. I started looking around to see if we had missed something when my mom said, "What is that?" And I saw something to this day that makes my head dizzy when I think too hard about it. The buildings around us were crumbling, and the freeways over us had like vines and stuff hanging from them. I audibly gasped, and my mom just started saying, What the F? What the F? Then it was dark, and we were on the freeway, and we were passing under the overpass, except we were going the wrong way, heading out of the city instead of coming in. My mom freaked out, pulled over, and started freaking out. I couldn't even think clearly. We both were just unable to cope with what we had seen or where we were. We realized we were missing a couple hours, and we eventually just said it was a shared hallucination and she had been driving in a daze because of a long day. To this day, we both can't explain what we saw or justify how we ended up on the freeway heading out of the city. I recently brought this up to my mother, and she got really quiet and said she remembered. Told me what she remembered, which matched my memories, and wouldn't talk about it further. She refused to speculate or discuss it any further than the cold, hard fact of, this happened, this is what happened, that's it. That was probably the craziest glitch I've ever seen. I just thought I'd share. Take it as you will. Or don't. It doesn't matter to me. Despite the horrific abuse he inflicted on me and my sisters, I was glad when the doctor said my stepdad didn't have dementia. I want him to be aware of every minute in that state-run, bottom-of-the-barrel nursing home we abandoned him in. Something happened to me in my apartment. It happened again when I was hospitalized. By Anna Golis, 27. A quick backstory. Weird things have always acquired in my apartment. I posted a few years ago about something that happened with my partner being in my apartment, going to the restroom and slamming the door angrily, only to have him walk through the front door a few minutes later. You can't escape from the bathroom window. There were bars on it, and the neighbors would have heard the commotion. Also, having things end up in a random spot, like my cell phone on the stove, cabinets wide open, remote that was next to me a minute ago ended up on the table, etc. Yes, I have a carbon monoxide detector that works. No, I don't have a history of mental illness like schizophrenia, nor does my family, because everyone had asked that in the story years ago. I was recently hospitalized this year from surgery that was supposed to be a safe procedure that people heal quickly from. After the surgery, I went through a traumatic experience. But what made the recovery worse was remembering what happened in my apartment a few years earlier. About 3, almost 4 years ago, I had a day off from school, so I was just relaxing at home watching a movie on Netflix. I went to the bathroom, came back out to the living room, and halfway through, I was pretty much blinded by a bright light, and it stunned me to where I couldn't move at all. Just stand still in my tracks. I heard an extremely loud yet muffled voice, and I felt like I couldn't breathe, but like if someone or something else was breathing for me because my chest was expanding so much, but I know I wasn't inhaling/exhaling. Then I heard a loud voice. Okay, it's going up. Then I come to and scream out loud, "What the F?" I had to sit down on the couch and just grasp what happened. It was the middle of the day, so I know I wasn't sleeping. and I know how sleep paralysis feels like. So now, years later to after my surgery. A few hours afterwards, they gave me a small meal, broth and jello, to eat. In the middle of eating, I start feeling weird, extremely weak and tingly, and thankfully there are two of my nurses in front of me typing up my notes, and I tell them something is wrong. I lay back a bit and feel my arm droop, and I hear one of them say, "I'm calling it." They lower my bed, and I'm getting weaker and sleepier. I see more hospital staff run in, and one of them asks me, "What are you looking at?" to me, as I look up at the bright light above the hospital bed. Then I start feeling my throat close up, and I begin freaking out, gasping for air, and a nurse starts pumping me with air manually. I start to feel less tingly and breathe better on my own, and I hear someone say, "Okay, it's going up now." I was told in the ICU that during the surgery they severed an artery and I lost almost 7 pints of blood. I'm grateful I didn't die. But did I have a premonition, glitch, etc. of what happened years ago? A month ago? The witness said he had a wife and 8 kids, the detective said softly. But as he stared at the tiny limbs stacked in the murder guy's freezer, he realized exactly what he'd misunderstood. My House Key Isn't My House Key by Commander Smokestack. I don't have an explanation for this one. Basically, for the last 5 years, I've had a key ring with only 3 keys on it. I had my car key, my house key, and the extra key to my kid's truck. About 1.5 years ago, I added a Lego minifig keychain. Otherwise, it's been the same 3 keys for the last 5 years. I use it almost every day. I've taken it all over the world with me when I travel because I use it to get into my house when I get home. I used it to get into my house last night. I had to pop out this afternoon, grabbed my keys, wallet, and phone, locked up, and left. When I get home, I try to use the key to unlock my front door. And it didn't work. I tried the door lock and the deadbolt, same key. And no luck. So I popped open the garage door to use the other door to get into the house. That door was locked, same key. And the key didn't work. So at this point, I was pretty dumbfounded because the one house key on my key ring isn't working. Eventually I was able to get into the house through my window, so I got that going for me. Key still doesn't work. I found and tested my spare key and it works. Key on my keychain sort of looks like my spare key. It's the same type of key, but it has a slightly different notches. Consequently, I'm a little weirded out that the house key on my keychain isn't my house key. Edit. The key pattern on the house key attached to my keychain and the spare key that works are different. Edit. I wasn't clear in my post or my edit. The key on my keychain and the spare that works are 2 different keys with 2 different patterns. The difference isn't where. The key on my keychain has a shorter pattern than the one that works on the house. Update September 1st. Yo, I wanted to post an update since the comments keep rolling in and I have some time to post some info. Here's some pictures of the keys for the folks that are asking. Picture 1 and 2, which are on screen right now. The top key for both pictures is a spare key that works. The bottom key is what I thought was my regular house key. You can see that the bottom key has a ton more wear, has a different cut, and is from a different batch of keys. I still don't know what the bottom key is for since it doesn't work on any locks in my house. As a quick refresher for those who are reading the update, the house key bottom was the only key on my keychain that wasn't a car key, and has been on that chain for 6 years. The day before the day in discussion, it worked to get me into the house. The day in question, I went to get a burger at a restaurant. The key worked when I left. The keys, house key, truck key, and car key, were only out of my pocket when they were in the ignition to my car. At the restaurant, I sat at the bar, and the keys stayed in my pocket. No one sat next to me at the bar, and the only person I interacted with was the bartender on the other side of the bar. I sat at the bar to eat because I was out solo and didn't want to take up a table. After eating, I came home, and the key didn't work in any locks. Eventually, I was able to make it inside the house. I found my spare key, which works, compared it to the keys, and found the keys to be different. Could someone have swapped my keys? Possible, but extremely unlikely. Keys were in my possession or locked up in my house for the whole period of this occasion. Could someone have broken in and swapped my keys? Again, possible, but extremely unlikely. I live in a secludish HCOL in a very safe area in a very small house where you can hear everything. All the doors and windows in my house are loud AF. It is extremely doubtful that anyone got into my house in the time period where this occasion happened. Moreover, it's even less likely they got in, took the key off the ring, replaced it with a similar key, and got out quietly. There is nothing in this house that is interesting enough for someone to implement that kind of scheme, especially given the fact that I'm usually here since I work from home, and there are much better targets in my neighborhood. Are the locks changed? Yeah, not only are they getting changed today, but I'm also moving to a new home 1 town over. The decision to move was made months ago and has nothing to do with this weird key that showed up. Thank you for all those who were worried about my safety. I am perfectly fine and safe here in my quiet bungalow until I move. The only rule was no eating the apples. After seeing what Adam had done to poor Lilith, Eve would have eaten the whole tree to escape this paradise. Things are disappearing around me again. I think another glitch is coming. By Naita Gala. Long-time lurker, first-time poster. Before anyone asks, I don't think anyone's stealing from me or breaking in when I'm not home. I don't think my cleaning lady, kid, or partner would take this stuff and move it as a sick joke. And I don't think I have early onset dementia or anything like that. And no, I'm not OCD. I just know where my stuff is and learned at a really, really young age to have a place for everything. And everything in its place. I've always been a bit sensitive. Although not a firm believer in the supernatural, I do think the multi-world theory is the least plausible. The one where there are multiple universes running concurrently that sometimes overlap or intersect. Sometimes weird things happen to me, around me, and I've just largely learned to accept it and move on. When I was younger, I would have dreams about people who other people said simply did not and never did exist. I know stuff before it happened, or remember stuff that I could have never known. I found lost stuff easily, and sometimes weird things happened where stuff I knew had just disappeared forever. I had lots of memories of things people swear never happened. Parents and sibs chalked it up to an overactive imagination of a highly creative and a bit odd child. I never quite felt in step with reality, but largely learned to deal with it and keep my trap shut about the stuff I had experienced, since it tended to weird people out. So, when the chance came up a couple of years ago, I took a leap of faith and bought the house I grew up in as a kid and moved home. The house was exactly as I remembered it, down to the smell of the hard wood and the wood-stained smell. There were a few remodeling things that hadn't been done, but for the most part I can still walk through the house with my eyes closed, knowing how many steps it takes to get from one part of the house to another. I found myself feeling peacefully mentally for the first time in a long time. I also tend to be a bit meticulous about where I put things. Items seem to be disorganized to other people, but there's a logic sense and an order to where things go. However, more recently, I have felt that weird pressure that I used to feel when things just weren't in sync, and now things are disappearing around me. A few weeks ago, I made a stew called bagot, which is a conglomeration of meats, vegetables, which I always cook in a tall aluminum stew pot. It takes hours to make, so I only do it in a big batch, 3 or 4 times a year, and freeze the rest. This time was significant because I was making it for a special occasion. When the cooking was done, the pot went into the sink to soak. My cleaning lady comes on Tuesdays and Fridays to help with certain tasks like washing up and sweeping/mopping. She remembers washing the pot because she had to scrub a little burnt-on stuff off the bottom. I know the pot was put away because I put it away myself after my helper washed out the pan. It went on the pot rack with a lid on top, just like it should. I went to grab the pot the other day to make a big batch of spaghetti sauce, and the entire pot is missing. The lid for it is right where it should be, but the pot is gone. We've searched everywhere for it, and it's nowhere to be found. It's even bothering my cleaning lady because I asked her if she knew where it went, and she can't find it anywhere either. Next, stuff seemed to go missing from my bathroom medicine cabinet. I keep small pill bottles with labels on them for over-the-counter medicines so they stay organized. It's nothing expensive, just basic things like over-the-counter acetaminophen, nothing with a Benadryl, think Claritin, migraine pills, diuretic medicine, ibuprofen, on-the-shelf stuff. I actually have everything in a specific place because if I need something, I know just where to go for it. Several bottles of over-the-counter medicines are gone, not empty. Just gone, empty space in the cabinet. I asked my partner to come look tonight, and he also said that there is stuff missing because there's no empty space in the cabinet usually. And aside from him, me and my cleaning lady, there's basically never anyone in the house. Kid comes home occasionally to do laundry, but there's no reason for the kid to take the whole bottle of aloe vera cooling gel from the cabinet. Later, I find this stuff in places that I never would think that I would put/move them. Again, the cleaning lady and the partner/kid would have zero reason to move this stuff to weird places I've been finding it. Every time I've experienced this kind of glitches, it's super weird. Thank you for listening.
Ask Reddit. Be honest with us now. What are y'all's body count?
I kinda stopped counting after burying the first 100. I went to a toilet that doesn't exist by Anna Marie. This happened about 2 years ago, but it's still on my mind a lot. So I decided to make a post about it. I understand if you don't believe me. I wouldn't believe this if it didn't happen to me either. I was spending a day with my friend in a city. I had to go use the toilet, but because of COVID, I couldn't go anywhere. Luckily, there was an ice cream store that said I could use theirs if I bought a cone. It was at the end of the store. I had to use the stairs, the girl behind the counter said. So I walked to the store. There was a part that was sort of an indoor garden. I saw a spiral staircase that I thought went to the toilet. Instead of the toilet, I ended up being in a Chinese restaurant, which was pretty weird and unexpected. Still, no toilet. I saw a door to my right and figured that's where the toilet had to be. It ended up being a stairwell where the stairs that go back to the ground floor were closed off with traffic cones and tape, so the only way was to go up. Because my bladder was almost bursting and I was kind of curious where I was going, I took a chance and walked up the stairs. When I opened the door, I ended up in the middle of a kitchen, which was weird. Who has a stairwell to the middle of a kitchen? Everyone was running around and no one really noticed me, so I went back to the stairwell and went another floor up. That's when I noticed how many floors there were. It felt really weird to me because the building was hella old and couldn't have had more than 3 floors. I was on the 4th floor, and I kind of felt like something was off at that moment. I opened the door, and this floor was really creepy. There was writing on the walls in a language I had never seen before. It kinda looked like hieroglyphics, but smoother. There were 2 doors with symbols on them, one male and one female, I presumed. But I couldn't figure out which one was which since I didn't understand these symbols. I needed to pee real bad, so I just took a chance and picked a door. When I opened it, I felt really weird because it was just an empty room. No sink, no mirror, just a room leading to another door. I remember thinking what a waste of space it was and why the hell someone had designed it like that. The next door led to a room with a sink and a mirror, and another door which finally led to a toilet. As I sat down and reviewed my entire journey to the toilet, it didn't make sense to me at all. I had been walking around in an old, medium-sized ice cream shop for about 10 minutes, looking for their toilet. How is that even possible? A possibility is that I ended up in an entirely different building, but how did I switch buildings so easily? I never tried to open a door or anything, and the building definitely wasn't this high when I saw them from the outside. I kinda started to freak out, so I texted my friend that was waiting for me at the entrance of the store. When I was done peeing, I opened the door and ended up in the sink room again. When I opened the door to that room, my heart dropped. I ended up in the hallway again. The empty room I walked in through was gone. I really started to hurry back because I felt like I was going insane. 1 floor down, back through the kitchen, another floor down, through the Chinese restaurant, which was really busy. I looked around for a while and was getting even more confused. There was a balcony with people having dinner on the side where the street was supposed to be. I never saw a balcony there before, and I have been in this city many times, so I was really stunned. I walked towards the balcony to check it out, and it got worse. Instead of the street, I saw a lake with grass and trees and such. and people walking around. In this particular city, there is nothing like that anywhere near this building. I was really stressed out at this point, so I wanted to get back to the ice cream store. I went down the spiral staircase, which led me back to where my journey first began. I told my friend about this experience immediately, and he believed me because I was really distressed. The weirdest thing is, though, I had texted him 2 minutes before I got back from the toilet. It had taken me longer to walk all the way back, and I had been gone for about 6 minutes in total. The timing was way off compared to what I actually experienced. After this, I told more people about my experience in this particular store, and I talked to one guy that actually worked in the store. He said the toilet was actually in the basement and not up, and there was no way there was more than 3 floors. There was only 1 floor up as a venue you can hire connected to the ice cream store, and 1 attic which was used for storage. So, I don't know what the hell happened. It still haunts me to this day. Edit, people are asking for pictures. Unfortunately, I didn't take any when it happened. However, I am planning on going back there to check out if the place still exists and if I can find the toilet again. I did find a picture of the inside of the store. You can see the little inside garden at the end of the entrance. And the picture is on screen now for you. So, 5,700 as is, he said, handing me the cash for my car. But as I began to unstrap my newborn, I felt a cold barrel press against my head, heard a click, and then his gravelly voice say, "As is." I gritted my teeth and held my broken arm as I told the genie, "I wish everyone in town knew how horrible and evil my husband is." Nothing changed. My missing makeup brush appeared underneath me 8 months later. By countery. Okay, this happened quite a few years ago. I read the flowchart and it's appropriate to post here. But just to confirm, I was over 18. Not under the influence of anything. Wasn't tired, etc. I had been living across the country and had just moved back to my hometown. I was going to rent a room from a couple, but they ended up being creepy and inappropriate. To give me time to figure out where I was going to live, I stayed with family friends. It was fall, and they wanted to take me to do something fun, so we went to this place called Apple Hill. It's a few hours away from where we live. We stayed overnight at a hotel. I had brought a gold set of MAC makeup brushes my aunt had given me. When we got back home, I realized I couldn't find one of the brushes. I checked my bag and the floor of the truck we drove in super well. I assumed it must have fallen out of the truck, somehow rolled away in the hotel room, even though we looked under the bed when we left, something my paranoid mom taught me to do. It was a bummer, but we moved on. Fast forward 8 months. In that time, I had moved back east because I couldn't find anywhere to stay after the weird roommate situation. And I couldn't stay with our family friends long term. Then I found a good roommate and moved back again. The reason I mention all of this is because I did not find or have any lost makeup brushes in that time. Keep in mind, my makeup bag was very small, and I would have seen it. I had just moved into my new apartment. I was 20 and hadn't acquired any things yet. I had 0 furniture, like not even a bed frame yet. My room literally just had a mattress. So one afternoon, I was laying on the floor on my stomach, just messing around on my laptop, looking at social media, Pinterest, that kind of thing. I got up at some point to go to the bathroom, and when I stood up, I saw the missing makeup brush just lying there in the spot I had been lying. I was shocked and felt insane. It was not there when I laid down. My floor was spotless, so there was nothing it could have been hiding in or under. I wasn't wearing anything with pockets that it could have fallen out of. I also didn't feel a lump or anything underneath me when I was lying there. There is zero possible explanations. Anyway, such a weird and random glitch to have happened. It drives me nuts to think that I'll probably never understand how or why it happened. The neighbors in my apartment complex have a Halloween decoration on their door that screams when it senses motion. I don't know what's worse, that it screams when seemingly no one is around, or that it doesn't scream when I walk by. I've had at least 3 close calls while driving that I'm convinced were too close. By Richzilla92. I've had this happen 3 distinct times, several years apart. First was when I was an idiotic 16-year-old. I had recently gotten my license and was driving myself and my little sister home from school. I was cocky and tried showing off for her. Turned up the music, headbanging for a few seconds. When I opened my eyes, I remember being a moment away from hitting a parked car. The very next moment, I was 2 blocks away where I had turned onto the street. I pulled over in a panic and my sister asked me why I was stopping. I asked her about that moment at least 10 years later. She said she doesn't remember me headbanging or the music being loud. Just wondering why I was stopping so far from home. Second, I was driving to a music festival when I was 20. The festival was a 3-hour drive away, and I went with 2 friends, one of which said we could take his new white Mustang. It was super early, and he said he was up late the night before, so he insisted that I drive. As we neared the festival, I got on a windy inner-city highway on-ramp, and I couldn't see the approaching traffic very easily, and I wasn't familiar with driving in this area. So I treated it like any other on-ramp, and I swear we got hit by a semi that I saw last minute. But the next instant, I was at a complete stop at the end of the on-ramp, with a semi crossing in front of us. I'd never brought that up with the other 2 since I was driving someone else's new car, and it felt wrong to mention. And finally, I was in my early 20s and remember driving across the state with my sister on our way back from visiting family. It was late, probably about 10 p.m. I was in the left-hand lane and someone came up on me faster than I anticipated. It passed me on the right as I saw another car approaching quickly. I moved to the right-hand lane immediately as the first car passed me to get out of the way of the second car. I hear a loud grinding sound as I hit the black trailer the first car was pulling, only to blink and see the first car and the trailer were well ahead of me. There was no damage on my car, and my sister didn't see or hear anything weird once again. I'm at the point where I try to avoid driving if possible. I rather offer to just pay to help someone cover the cost of gas if it meant I don't have to drive. I've been sitting on these for a while now, and I think about them pretty regularly whenever I'm on a long road trip. As I stare at the man who ruined my life, as I plunged my knife into his chest, I realized something. The man who ruined my life had blue eyes. Woke up in a different place after a seemingly normal day. My mustache. Normally, I just lurk, but this stuff is too weird for me to just brush off. I live alone in an apartment for most of the day. My older sister only comes home after 6 if she's not staying with her boyfriend for the weekend. A few weeks ago, on the 25th of last month or so, I was alone for the day, playing some ranked egg packs with 2 friends. After they got off to go to work for their night shifts, everything kind of felt like dread. I didn't hear anything after they got off, but I just brushed it off. The area where I live is just oddly empty sometimes because of the lack of jobs in the area. I hadn't been outside or even opened the blinds all day, so I had no real idea what it was like outside. I did my normal things for the rest of the day, worked on my novel, took a shower, eating, etc. Then I went to sleep at around 7 or so. I had pulled an all-nighter for the previous 2 nights, only getting about 4 hours of sleep between the 2 days though, and about a dozen short naps. Ever since I woke up the next morning, everything in my house has been different. Stuff is in my room that I don't remember existing. I ran into a woman who supposedly knew me for a few years when we were kids, but I have little memory of it despite her saying that we were very close-knit. The agreed-upon place for the TV remote in the living room is different all of a sudden. It used to be on the coffee table, and now it's in the arm stand on the couch. The couch is different too. It has a central console thing that wasn't there before my nap. My sister keeps going on about this trip to London we supposedly used to do every year for my time in high school, but I don't remember it, once again. There's too many things that have changed or slightly differ for me to believe that I just lost some memories. If things keep running like this, I'm thinking about getting myself set up for a CAT scan or just go to a psychologist. Thought you guys might enjoy hearing about it though. Update. As of 14th of October, I booked 2 appointments with my primary physician 4 days before the post. One for a CT and MRI, and another for a psych evaluation. I had to go nearly 3 hours out of my home city to get a checkup done ASAP. Both tests came back clear. I did ask my physician about what could have happened to me without resorting to believing reality has broken itself. His best guess was an acute dissociation amnesia attack related to stress or some sort of post-surgery medication I got off around the same time frame as the reality flip. Still not sure what to think. Maybe getting a few more tests run in a few more weeks. A revolutionary new drug enables people to stay awake indefinitely, with no side effects. Within a week, it was decided the economy would collapse if people didn't work 20 hours a day. Gone But Not by Alexis Vapes. Warning before this story starts, there is talk of drug use. If you do not wish to hear this story, please skip to the next one. Timestamps are down below as always. When I, 30 female, was around 22, I had been very close to one of my friends. For the sake of ease, let's call him Chris. Of course, his name is changed for the sake of this. Chris and I were pretty much besties at this point. We graduated together, hung out almost daily. Chris, over the course of a few months, had developed a problem with substance abuse. He used it daily. Whilst gaming, he decided he wanted to toke, as usual. I politely declined and told him that stuff would kill him, and watched over him as he rode his abuse out. Now, while Chris was in this state of mind, he'd get very out of it, i.e. fall asleep standing and nearly collapsing, speaking so incoherently you'd not be able to make out a single word, and the rare but terrifying occasion, stop breathing. I made sure to watch him until he came down, but needed to leave. I asked him not to smoke again till I was able to hang around, and of course he agreed, but didn't follow through. Roughly 2 hours go by, and I get a phone call from Chris's mother. I felt my heart drop into my stomach and my throat tighten. When I answered, I was told that Chris had a really bad seizure, and they found him with a pipe still in his hand. They guessed that when he stood up to try to get help, he fell and cracked his head on the table that he was sitting at, and he had passed. I dropped everything I was doing right then. I got in my car and drove to his house. When I got there was no signs of any kind that anything was amiss. I went and knocked on the door, knowing that his mom's car was gone. When the door opened, my blood ran cold. Chris was standing there, pipe in hand, and simply asked, "Hey, what's up? Thought you'd be gone for the rest of the day." I went in with him and explained everything through sobs and asked him if he'd switch from the synthetic stuff to real. Don't judge me. I knew he wouldn't flat out quit. He did agree to that. To this day, I don't know what happened. My phone even still had the call from his mom, even though she swore she'd never called me. Her phone didn't even have an outgoing call. The logical explanation would be that she was worried and made a really messed up fake call to make me go check on him, but she didn't even know he was using synthetic stuff. Regardless if anyone believes this, it's still one of the worst things I've ever felt, and by far one of the strangest glitches I've ever experienced. I've had a few others, but nothing else this wild. Low on oxygen and disoriented from swimming around the dark cave system for hours, I swam forward furiously as I finally saw a light up ahead. Entering the chamber, I saw the light coming from flashlights on the cave floor, the floating corpse of the fellow divers who found the same dead end as me. I think I stepped into a parallel universe for a moment. By 17 Demons. This happened when I was around 18 or 19, but I remember it vividly because of how jarring and confusing it was. I've had a few odd experiences with dreams, but nothing in the middle of the day like this. So when this happened, I was still living at home with my parents, and we lived in my childhood home. This home was pretty much all I ever knew, as we had moved there when I was but 3 years old. I had a habit of going on a daily walk in a nearby park, something I did every single day since I was about 14 or 15 years of age, and I kept doing it until I moved out. It was a summer, around 1 or 2 p.m., and I went to leave the house for one of my walks. I slipped on my shoes, went to open the door as usual, but when I stepped out of the house and looked up, my neighborhood felt completely wrong. It didn't look different. Everything looked exactly the same as it usually did. The small ravine next to our house, the tree in the front yard, the steep driveway, and our neighbors' houses. All of it looked completely normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something really wrong and different with it all. It felt as if reality was warped or something. I stood on the front porch for a minute or so trying to figure out what felt so incredibly wrong with my neighborhood. After a while though, I figured I was just being silly and made my way down the driveway. When I was about halfway down, my neighbor who was tending to his garden across the street looked up towards me, stared at me as if he had saw a ghost, his face going completely pale and opening his mouth to speak. Before I could stare at him in confusion, before he had gotten a single word out, I was back inside my house at my front door about to leave. I was completely shaken. I had no idea how I ended up back at my front door. I had no idea what I had just experienced, and when I pulled the door open, it was completely normal. Nothing felt wrong anymore. It was all normal. The only difference was when I opened my door again, my neighbor was not out front gardening. I decided to not go for a walk that day. Years later, I have no idea what I experienced. As weird as it sounds, the part that freaks me out the most is how wrong my neighborhood felt, despite looking exactly the same. So between the weird teleportation back indoors and my neighbor acting as if he was staring at a ghost, the feeling of wrongness is the thing that bothers me the most. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't feel unsafe. I didn't feel like dread. It just felt like I was looking at a completely different version of my neighborhood at that moment, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. I never really told anyone about this, as I'm usually a pretty skeptical person, but I've had no way to explain this. Though I managed to keep my unsettled stomach down during the flight home from South America, as soon as I got out of the airport, I threw up. When I saw only shredded scraps of numerous balloons, however, I knew I was good as already dead. Only logical explanation is that we teleported. By Dyslexic Carrot. This is a story that I've always wanted to share, and have finally found a sub where maybe it will be taken seriously. Sorry for the length, but I'm including all the context and detail. This occurred in 2020, with COVID in full pledge. One of my best friends and I were back home from college, and we were playing on a baseball team in Canada together that summer. We were only allowed to play on one team, and the team was located an hour and 15 minutes away, while doing about 110 kilometers per hour from our town. We also did not have a bus due to COVID, and we drove ourselves to the games. This is also the town that my friend was originally from, so I had done this drive probably 100 times by this point. Another important note is that we would always time how long it would take us to get there or back, because sometimes we would go super fast and see how fast we could get there. Yeah, we were stupid kids, but we held the record with 37 minutes. You turn off the Trans-Canada Highway about 5 minutes after leaving our town, and onto this narrow, rural road. It's single lane, and nothing but farm/ranch land for the entire drive. The closest thing to civilization is the odd farmhouse you see way beyond a field. Also, about halfway through the drive, there is a coulee which you must go down and up. It's impossible to miss, as it's the only part of the drive where you have to touch your pedal, other than to pass. Otherwise, you risk 1, veering into the river, which is at the bottom of the coulee by going too fast, or 2, by blowing out your engine due to the insanely steep hill. Another important note is that there's only one way to get between those two towns, and that is this single-lane highway. We got around the bend, but to our surprise, we did not see the coulee. But we were coming up to the main highway already. I looked down to see that we were only doing 110 to 115 kilometers per hour. That's when my friend and I checked the clock, which is when we realized the glitch in the Matrix. It was only 5:40. We thought there had to be some explanation, so I went to my friend's house, where we arrived at 5:45. We thought maybe we just forgot the time, but another detail doesn't add up. My parents aren't home. We immediately call his parents and ask where they are because they left 30 minutes before us, but they replied saying they were only about halfway home. We interrogated them more. Did you guys stop? No. Did we pass you? No. In fact, we actually did not pass anyone the entire time. My foot never touched the pedals. We didn't go through the coulee, past people who left way before us, did a 150-kilometer drive in 20 minutes. And we have no clue how, unless all four happened to have a massive lap of memory at the same time. We even checked snap maps with the travel feature, confirming our trip lasted about 20 minutes. We still have no clue how we did an hour and 15-minute drive in 20 minutes, and we bring it up every now and then, still with zero explanation despite there being 4 witnesses for the event. I was enjoying my afterlife in the paradise when the angel told me I had to go back to my body, as the doctor successfully revived me. I cried in despair, knowing that I'd have to live in the vegetative state again. Glitch Car Accident and Possible Death / Alternate Reality by Eureka Loves Andreas. Okay, so let me preface this by saying since about 1999 / 2000, I've been getting accused of being places, having conversations I don't remember, etc. This other me always drives the same car I have. I think the two of us have been swapping back and forth for 2 decades. Until this past autumn, it hadn't happened for several years. Then in October, I was getting phone calls or people telling me later they saw me somewhere and that they were calling to me, but I ignored them. On to the main reason I came to post this. In November, I was in a horrible car accident. My BFF lives about a mile from me. We were leaving my house and heading to hers. She left about 2 minutes before me, her 12-year-old daughter with her. About a minute after I left, she called me telling me she was stopping at the gas station and that I needed to get out into the right lane because there was a really bad accident blocking the left lane. She says it's weird because one of the vehicles in the accident looks exactly like mine. We hung up right before I went through an intersection about 1/4 mile from the gas station and the intersection where the accident was. I set the phone next to me, and the next thing I know, I can only describe as my soul or life force being forcefully sucked back into my body. My left leg is pinned out of the dashboard, and the windshield is on top of me. I was somehow instantly transported 6 blocks to an accident that happened before I was even on that street. My BFF and her daughter say there's no way this could have happened because they passed the accident while on the phone with me. The people who stopped to help all said they didn't know what happened and didn't see anything. The street was full of cars. It was rush hour on a main street. When I say my van was totaled, I mean no one knows how I survived. I had to be cut out of it. Once I was out of the hospital, I started noticing little things just being off. I just can't put my finger on what it is that's not right. I feel like I'm in a different reality, be it ever so slightly different. I think maybe my alternate died and I lived. I don't know. But I can't figure out how the accident happened or how I went from one intersection to another in a split second. How my BFF and her 12-year-old daughter saw it while they were on the phone with me, telling me about it. This whole situation is driving me nuts. And maybe somewhere I have kids that are mourning their mother. Right before the accident was when several people said they saw me, and since the accident, no one has seen her. I don't know if anyone ever will. This is all just blowing my mind, and whenever I try to tell someone about it, they just look at me like I need a padded room and 24/7 mental health care. I'd probably think that too if I didn't have an independent witness. Edit. I absolutely can't believe I forgot this part. So, last year I filed my taxes and got my refund. Needed to file the admit and was told I get it by early August. August comes and goes and nothing. No one can tell me jack. I forgot about it. This whole time, the van that was wrecked, I had a massive hole in the radiator, along with other major things that weren't worth fixing. So the amendment was going to get me a new-to-me car. Well, accidents happen. I can't leave my house for 3 months due to the injury and panic attacks at the suggestion. February rolls around, and in the middle of the night, I see an envelope on the floor next to my bed. I open it, and it's the damned amendment check finally. No one knows where it came from, and everyone swears it was never in the mailbox. Anyways, a few weeks prior to this, my BFF, same one from above, who works at a mechanic shop, casually mentioned she bought a 2001 Pontiac Aztek at a ridiculous price to resell there. My jaw drops. That vehicle is number 3 on my all-time list. I literally wanted one since 2001. It had one owner and was almost in brand new condition. I was fretting for 3 weeks how to get the money to buy it because they weren't going to hold it. Boom, comes the check. At that exact time, I can now leave my house, at that exact time that the car shows up. If I had gotten it back in August, I probably would have fixed the van problems because it would have been easier and cheaper. So all that crap happens with the accident, and then this was my silver lining. A vehicle that was only manufactured for 5 years and barely sold any, and was touted as the car that killed Pontiac? Like, that was what made the whole thing even weirder. Plus, I paid half of what it was worth because of the hookup with my BFF. Basically paid for the repairs to it, and that the other owner didn't want to pay for. This car's gonna be buried with me, y'all. So, yeah, that's the weird ass, more than a coincidence, rest of the ending of the story. Sorry, I forgot all about this before. But there it is, in all its perfectly timed madness. And honestly, if it meant I end up with the Aztek, I'd do the whole thing over, broken body and never having answers. All of it. Edit number 2. Holy carp, I didn't expect this to get this many responses or awards. I know this hasn't blown up by Reddit standards, but I didn't think this many people would even bother reading all of it. I honestly posted this because I wanted to know if anyone else had a similar experience, and maybe not feel so alone. Thank you. You've all had so many great ideas and stories of your own. Thank you all so much for sharing your stories with me. I truly appreciate it. I don't feel as alone or crazy because of this. Sincerely, thank you. Me and my roommate used to play around and move things like dolls around when the other wasn't looking. It's been a month since she moved out, but yesterday the dolls moved again. Genie, I wish my parents were dead, I told the genie just before he was sucked back into the bottle. I went downstairs and they were still there, alive and well. Pocket knife disappeared, reappeared in a different location days later. By one with no numbers. This might be kinda long, but I wanted to be sure I don't leave any details out, so bear with me. This happened last Friday, so a week ago today. I carry a pocket knife around me everywhere. However, my sister had to go to court that morning for a speeding ticket and asked me to come along. I had the pocket knife in my hand and I was about to walk out the front door, debating if I should bring it, then decided against it as I didn't want to accidentally bring it into the courthouse with me. Placed it on the coffee table and left. Now, I'll admit I can be pretty scatterbrained sometimes. I misplace things a lot, but when that happens, I never really have a solid guess as to where it could be because I can't remember when/where I set it down. This situation was very different though. I vividly remember deciding not to bring my knife right before I left, so I threw it on the coffee table by the front door and immediately walked out. This is a sure thing for me because as we returned to the apartment after court, I was planning to quickly grab my knife off the table, then head to work. Well, I get back to the apartment, scan the table, and it's not there. So I'm like, huh? That's weird, but maybe it fell somehow or something. Nope, it was just gone. Later that day, I spent at least a solid 2 hours searching the entire apartment. Might not seem like a very long time, but it's a fairly small apartment. I checked every room, under, on top of, inside every piece of furniture, in the couch cushions, closets, even places I knew it couldn't possibly be, but I was desperate at this point. My dad gave me that knife, so I'm pretty distraught that it just was suddenly gone. Here's where it really gets weird. It was missing for 5 days. My girlfriend was actually the one who found it while I was at work on Tuesday. I was baffled, and here's why. She found it just laying on the floor under the desk in an extra bedroom that is essentially our cat's bedroom. That Friday morning, I put the cat in her room before I'd even gone downstairs, and I know 100% I didn't leave the knife in there. Like, I run through every scenario, there is absolutely no logical way it could have ended up in there. Aside from the fact that when I realized it was gone, I had checked that room from top to bottom at least twice. There's no way I would have missed it just being on the floor. There's also no way my girlfriend would have missed it as she had been helping me look. I'm just at a loss here. It's really been messed with me, and literally any other scenario where I've lost something, I've been able to acknowledge that I simply don't remember when/where I set it down. But this is totally different. I played through the scenario in my head hundreds of times, and I know for a fact I never left the knife anywhere but downstairs on the table. If anyone has any sort of explanation for this, please help me out here. I've never had anything like this happen before, and I'm really struggling to understand how it just suddenly reappeared in a completely different place days later. A few answers to frequently asked questions I received when telling people this story. Nobody has access to the apartment, and the door stays locked. The only exception is that I can't remember if I locked it when I left for court, but I was only gone about 2.5 hours. There is no possible way the cat messed with it. She was put in her room and the door was closed before I was even fully dressed. I did not re-enter her room before leaving. My girlfriend was away for the weekend and got back Sunday afternoon. She definitely was not playing a prank on me and didn't even really have the opportunity to. I know this all probably sounds like I just forgot where I put it, but I promise that's not the case. My short-term memory isn't the best, but there's no way I just completely forgot where I put it after only 2 hours. I also know I'm definitely not the only one on this sub to have experienced this sort of glitch. So if you have a similar story to share, I'd love to hear it. If you've made it through this whole story, I appreciate you because I know this was pretty long. My boyfriend was finally taking me on a hunting trip with his father and uncle. I felt excited to finally bond with them and try something new. I've managed to evade them for 4 days now, but I think the gunshot wound in my shoulder is starting to get infected. I haven't had fresh water since it rained yesterday. Glitchy Credit Card by Anonymous. An extremely bizarre incident occurred with my credit card twice during these past few months. For background, I'm an expat living in Israel, but I have a US credit card that I use here regularly, and an Israel debit card with a completely separate Israel bank. So here's the story. A few months ago, I went to the pharmacy to buy some prescription meds, and paid with my Israel debit card. It wasn't a tap to pay, I had to insert the card into the chip reader. Despite paying with my Israel card, I got a real-time notification that my American credit card was charged for the transaction. I checked my statement, and it was indeed charged, but the Israel card I used was not charged. I told myself that I must have accidentally held both cards stacked on top of each other and inserted them into the chip reader together, and I brushed it off. Today I went to a different pharmacy, different company, and again went to pay for my transaction with my Israel card. It also had a chip reader where you insert the card, not a tap to pay. Again, I received a real-time notification for the transaction on my American credit card. This time I thought, hold up, again? Let me see if I accidentally grabbed both cards and inserted them both. I looked at my gold Israel debit card as it was inside the chip reader device, then looked over and saw my silver American card tucked away in my wallet at least 3 feet away from the card reader. When I saw my American card sitting in my wallet, the hairs on my neck stood up. The American card was charged again, and the Israel card was not. I was sure I used only the Israel card this time. What the literal hell? I reiterate that this was not a tap to pay, and if it had been, my American card was 3 feet away from the device, sitting in my wallet, and it was charged after I inserted the Israel card. I'm 100% of what happened. I double-checked like 3 times to confirm, and the cards are completely different colors, so it was very clear to confirm. I called my American bank to ask if it's possible for my Israel bank to somehow hack my card or link it to my Israel account without my consent. It sounds so bizarre to them that 3 customer service representatives hung up on me in a row. I'm no tech expert, but it seems impossible. These are 2 completely different financial institutions in different countries. Has something like this happened to anyone else here? Obligatory disclosure. I do not take drugs, not even marijuana, and I have no history of schizophrenia or delusion. I was not sleep deprived, oxygen deprived, nor dehydrated during these incidents. She picked her way through the wreckage, scanning for signs of life. Heaving a lump of concrete aside, she heard a gasp, saw a hand reaching through the new opening, and she smiled, her sharp teeth glistening in the sun. Object Synchronicity Story by Kiwi Fox 3. Not sure if this is a glitch in the Matrix per se, but definitely uncanny. Backstory. I used to live in another state for a few years before moving back to my home state. In this other state, I started my first job at a grocery store. I was a typical innocent good girl who loved her job and could cake on the cheese for the customers, and actually looked like a normal, happy human being. This got me a good reputation with our regulars, and I often helped elderly out with heavy groceries into their car. Around this time, the weather was turning and it was becoming bone-chillingly cold outside with vicious winds. One of my regulars saw that I didn't have a heavy coat, let alone gloves, and she surprised me with a gift one day. I opened up a little bag and she kindly gifted me a pair of uniquely knitted green gloves. They were long and had been specially knitted to have a left and a right hand. I was touched, thanked her genuinely, and wore the gloves every winter for as long as I was in the state. When I moved back to my home state, at some point I lost that pair of gloves. I don't know how, don't know where, but it was early 2012. Fast forward to 2017, and I'm getting to know a coworker on a more non-work level. And we decided to hang out at her house for the first time. I'm just getting to know her and all, and we had some deep conversations. And somehow the subject of gloves came up. I told her I needed some actually, as I lost my pair a while back, and she goes to her closet to grab a shoebox on the top shelf. She says she actually has a whole box of gloves she found over the years, and I could gladly take a pair. She digs through the box, sets out a few pairs, and out of the whole box full, she says, "How about these?" and has the same pair of gloves I once had. My jaw drops. She sees my face, and I'm like, no way. She looks confused as I do, and I'm like, "You're not gonna believe this, but those are actually my gloves I lost a few years ago." And she's like, "Are you sure?" And I told her my story, how a customer gifted them to me, and she's like, "Whoa, I just got chills. Synchronicity." We had a deep friendship for years after that. She was very spiritual and taught me a few things and made a huge impact in my life. But, unfortunately, she met a toxic guy and she just let him control her life and she became unrecognizable. Now that I type this, the last gift she gave me was a pair of new gloves with foxes on them, before we stopped talking to each other over that psychopathic guy. But I just thought it was pretty crazy that she, of all people, had my pair and instinctively gravitated towards that pair to give to me. Using time travel, he finally managed to make it back moments before his family was killed. It was the 7th time, and killing them still felt great. Either I was somehow at 2 places at once, or I'm going crazy. By Zero Context O. This was yesterday, and I can't find a logical explanation on what the F happened. I live with my mom and brother, and me and my brother were at the living room sitting next to each other. From where the couch is, you can see the bathroom door, where my mom was brushing her teeth to go to bed. From one moment to another, there was nobody at the bathroom anymore, which I thought was strange because I didn't hear the door open. And then I got up to check where my mom was, since it was odd to me that she always says goodnight, and that this time she didn't. I saw her room was shut, meaning she'd already went to bed, but I still checked the other room just in case she was there, but she wasn't. She heard me open the door to the other room, so she texted me, "Did I already come out of the bathroom? I didn't see you, that's why I didn't say goodnight." I then replied that I didn't even go to the bathroom, that I was at the kitchen and the living room the whole time for the past 2 hours. She told me that I wasn't and that I went into the bathroom right after her. I go check the living room and asked my brother if my mom went to bed already to double check. He said she did, and my mom says that she said goodnight to everyone but me because she didn't find me, even though I was sitting at the couch right next to my brother, who she did say goodnight to. I was already so confused on what happened because I know for a fact I never got up from the couch, much less went to the bathroom. The only time I got up was when I realized my mom wasn't in the bathroom anymore. In the time that she left the bathroom, I was at the couch and somehow she came and said goodnight to my brother, but she didn't see me at all sitting there. It's like I wasn't there. I didn't see her at all either. To me, it's like she never even came into the living room. How is this possible that her and me and my brother were all in the same place, but according to them, I wasn't there, and according to me, she's the one that wasn't there? But then also, who went into the bathroom? My mom said after she left, I went in, and that the door was locked with the light on. Except I never went in, nor did my brother. It was just us at the house, and none of us had gone to the bathroom after her. My brother then tells me that my mom said goodnight to him twice, and that the first time was before she went into the bathroom. He also said she said goodnight to me too when I was sitting at the kitchen chair. That's when I thought I was completely losing my mind because I was never at the kitchen chair, and my mom never said goodnight to me. My mom doesn't remember saying goodnight twice, but my brother is fully convinced she did. I don't know who my brother saw at the kitchen chair with my mom because it wasn't me. I was never there, and my mom says she's not sure about saying goodnight twice. All she's sure about is not seeing me at the kitchen and seeing someone in the bathroom. There's no effing way my brother saw me at the kitchen chair and my mom seeing me in the bathroom when at the time they claimed that happened, I was at the couch and never moved from there. So my 3 concerns right now is, 1, how did I not see her and her not see me when we were in the same room? It's not possible. 2, if the bathroom door was locked and the light was on and everyone swears I didn't go in there, who was in the bathroom? 3, why does my brother claim he saw me somewhere I know I never was at? Congratulations! You are our 5th caller and the winner! The perky voice declared as I hyperventilated into the phone. Having won the exclusive prize of receiving police, fire, or ambulance assistance from 911, what is your emergency? My mom helped me find a pair of stockings for me to wear at her cremation ceremony. By then Mathemagician 344. In the place where I live, the tradition is to hold a funeral on the first day and then a cremation ceremony on the following day. My mom passed away a month ago, so I needed to decide what I'd wear the day before her funeral. I figured that 2 sets of black clothes in the wardrobe suit the occasion, a pantsuit and a dress. Though, if I wanted to pick the dress, I'd better find a pair of black stockings, as it looks more formal and appropriate. I, therefore, went to a couple of stores, but all I could find were these sexy semi-transparent stockings, which I didn't think suit the funeral. So I gave up on the dress and decided to wear the pantsuit. Back home, my dad and I had to pick clothes for my mom too, because it would be her cremation soon. In our culture, some pick clothes that the deceased loved in her life, and some pick nice new clothes. Either way, it symbolized a blessing for her following the cremation. We chose a green jacket set because my mom had always had an obsession with green things. But we couldn't find a pair of socks in her wardrobe that matched the clothes, so my dad and I looked up in my sock drawer. We ended up finding a pair of green socks at the bottom of the sock drawer. They fit perfectly for my mom. I had no idea why I had them because I have always hated green. But who knows? I could have forgotten that I bought a pair at some point, so I didn't think much of it, but felt grateful. The next day, I wore the pantsuits to her funeral. On the 3rd day, before we headed out to the cremation ceremony, my dad saw me still wearing the pants. So he asked me if this was because I couldn't find a suitable pair of stockings. He knew I went to the store to look for them. And he randomly asked if I had searched my sock drawer. I said I did, but there was none. Anyways, for some reason, I still walked to my room and my dad followed. As I opened the sock drawer, the formal-looking black stockings were perfectly folded and laid above all the other socks. My other socks below the black stockings were a mess because I had just searched for the socks for my mom 2 days ago. If I didn't, it's a mess in my whole wardrobe anyways because I'm too untidy. It was unbelievable, so I asked if my dad remembered seeing a pair of black stockings in such a perfect position in my drawers 2 days ago, and he said no. As far as I remember, I have thrown away all the old ripped stockings and taken all my wearable stockings to my husband's house years ago. Also, my memory tells me that the green socks I found earlier should be the only dark-colored socks sitting in the drawer the day before yesterday. Not to mention, on the same morning, the belt that my brother wanted to use but couldn't find the day before just appeared. We spent only 20 minutes in the house that morning, but we both found needed things we were not intensively looking for them. I know memories sometimes do tricks on us, especially when I'm not a super neat person. Yet this is also why I don't think I'd ever have stockings that were folded that nicely in my drawer. I tend to think that's my mom. She was always tidy, and it feels like she's still caring for her 2 careless children. However, I must admit that things like this actually happened to me before my mother's passing. There was once I got my new passport, and very soon I couldn't find it. About 8 months later, when I moved to another place, I found my passport sitting under a bunch of thick clothes I hadn't worn or even touched in a very long time. Another time I couldn't find my phone. I searched all over the house and just couldn't find it. 3 days later, I went to the bedroom and there was barely any furniture in there. I sat on the bed for some time and then decided to get off the bed. The phone just appeared on the floor. In that 3 days, we swept and mopped our room, so we couldn't miss the phone if it was in such a visible place. Although those 2 incidents do not seem as meaningful as the stockings, I still wonder if things could go differently if I didn't lose the passport and the phone during that time. But if they mean something, I don't seem to have a deceased close friend or family member at the time. Then who did that? The realization was paralyzing that here in my presence was a ghoulish-looking, savagely distorted and bloody manifestation of a little girl's vengeful spirit. What truly terrified me, though, was the fact that she was clinging to me in fear of whatever was trying to get into my bedroom. I stole Mommy's car key so little brother and I can play pretend. I know we're not actually allowed to drive her car though, so we're keeping the garage door closed. Strange Man thought I was familiar to him, then vanished into thin air. By Bittersweet 0208. The glitch happens at the end of this story, but the build up to it was quite strange, so bear with me, please. This happened just before Christmas 2019, and I guess it popped in my mind again recently due to being Christmas season. So, in December 2019, I was traveling by train back to my hometown. When I arrived at the train platform, I started walking towards the ticket machines. As I approached, there was an attendant standing by the machines. As soon as he turned and saw me, he loudly said to me, "Well, finally, you're here. I've been waiting 30 years for you to show up." I thought that was a very weird thing to say, especially since I was only 21 at the time. At a guess, the attendant was in his 50s. The way he said it was very happy and sincere, not sarcastic or even in a joking tone. Unfortunately, I was very shy and awkward, so I didn't ask what he meant. Wish now that I had. Then he asked me if he could help me with anything, so I asked him to help me buy a ticket, as I had never used a ticket machine before. As I was buying the ticket, he kept making really intense eye contact and looking at my face as if he recognized me and was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was. I had only moved to the area 3 months before and had no family there, so he couldn't have mistaken me for an older relative of mine. I had definitely never seen him before, and it was my first time taking the train. Throughout the interaction, he asked me, "Are you going on another business trip?" Again, I was confused because I was clearly a 21-year-old student, not a businesswoman. I feel I should say he wasn't creepy at all and definitely wasn't hitting on me. He was well-spoken and clearly not intoxicated. So, here's the glitch. After I bought my ticket, he picked up my suitcase and walked me to the train, which was very kind of him. I stepped into the train, he placed my suitcase next to me. I turned to thank him and he was gone. It was like as soon as he let go of my suitcase, he vanished into thin air. There was practically no one else around, so he didn't disappear into a crowd or anything. I glanced all around and couldn't see him anywhere. He definitely did not get on the train with me and wasn't anywhere on the platform. If he had run off, I would have heard his footsteps, and it wasn't enough time for him to disappear from sight, even if he was running. The whole situation felt so strange. Not paranormal exactly, but surreal. Maybe I should mention that even though I was in university, I never been drunk or tried drugs and wasn't sleep deprived. I say this because there wasn't any easy explanation, such as me imagining him disappearing or anything. Any theories on what it could have been? He seemed to recognize me and think I was someone from his past. So maybe some kind of time slip? I don't know. Thanks for listening. I was incredibly grateful for my mother-in-law's help, generously covering my surgery at the hospital she works at. My husband thinks that's why I became more polite and changed my mind about not having kids. But really, it's because how much she can hurt me now using the peacemaker she put inside me if I don't obey. Was I his glitch? By Anonymous. I thought I'd send you this weird story that happened a while back. I might think of this because I read and listen to too many Glitch in the Matrix stories, but it was an interesting thought to me, so I thought your listeners might enjoy it as well. This happened around the spring or summer of 2022. I own an older 2-door car that I like to turn on at all my brakes just to make sure she is good. This is more important in the winter months, but since I don't want to lose the habit, I do it all year round. I like to park far away from the hardware store I work at so no one parks too close to me. The doors are too big and it's a pain if anyone parks next to me to get out. So I have my lunch in hand, walk to my car, and notice an RV next to my car. They're one spot over, so it's not a big deal, but I remember thinking it was odd to see one this late into the day. I do see them when I come in because they are crashing in the lot or on the road next to the lot for the night. We're in the middle of nowhere. I get it. I get into my car, look at my gas gauge, and realize I need gas. I look up to see the man walking to the RV. He's staring at me, and I at him for a moment. I wait for him to get to his RV before I pull off to go get the gas and decide to get a drink as well. I come back and park in the same spot. It's my spot. You can't have it. And the RV is still there. Now, I'm confused because I saw the owner of that RV get inside it, and I assumed that he was about to drive away himself, but whatever. Now, this is when I think I made him think things glitched. He walked out of the store yet again, and there I was sitting again in that old beat-up car in the same spot. He saw me pull away, but now here I am again. He was staring intensely at my car and me more than he did before. My car sticks out because it's 1, old, 2, rusted a lot, and 3, really loud. He does end up going back into his RV and after a few minutes driving off to who knows where. So I think I was this poor man's glitch. Thought it'd be an interesting story to share, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I wish I always knew how to make my parents happy, I told the genie, thinking that there could be no monkey's paw to such a simple wish. But now, every time I hear them sigh, all I can hear in my head is, kill yourself. "2017, a hell of a year." By Dramatic 522. 2017 was a hell of a year. My mom died of cancer. She was diagnosed in 2015, and she was told she had 9 months to live. She was a fighter, though, and she told me she wanted to see my son, her grandson, grow up. He was 5 in 2017. She adored him. We lived with her in 2017. I was mother to my son, daughter, and caretaker to my dying mother. I would take her to all her appointments with her oncologist and radiologist. Most people put their appointments on their calendars in their smartphone. I put it in a yearly planner that I carried in my purse. Called me old school, but I carried that little book around, ready to add the next chemo appointment for her, ready to add the next pediatrician appointment for him. It was about a 3.5 by 6 teal green book. 2017 written on the cover in gilt lettering. My mom succumbed to cancer on September 4th, 2017. It fell on Labor Day that year. She died in our little 2-bedroom apartment. She had lived there for over 20 years. When she had died, I began looking for a place for my son and I to live. It was a difficult transition period for us. We were brokenhearted and scared for the future. I had to find us a place to live ASAP. I found our place, so we moved in December 1st, 2017. By the end of 2017, that little teal book was a bit beaten up. Its pages full of past appointments, passwords, and notes. Our new life started in 2018. New place, new job, new responsibilities. A fresh start. We went about our new lives, unpacking the boxes, settling ourselves and our belongings into place. Eventually, the years rolled by, as they always do. It is now 2022. My son is almost 11. He remembers his Nana. We talk about her a lot. He likes to watch videos of them together, when she still had stunning head of hair, with that distinct white swoop of hair in the front. It hurts to see her bald and ravaged by chemo and radiation, though. We don't like those pictures of her then. I lost track of that little teal yearly planner, not sure what happened to it. I haven't even thought of it in years. I've been going through a very trying period since September this year. I lost my job. I was terminated for nonsense. My son got COVID for the 2nd time and he developed long COVID. I got another job, but I had to leave it because of how sick my son was. He needed me home with him. My car's transmission went out and needed $4,000 in repair that I couldn't afford while on unemployment. Unemployment stopped sending me checks because I no longer had transportation, thus I wasn't considered available for work. I was at one of the lowest periods in my life. In November, on some random Sunday, I was doing my usual laundry, several loads. I get to the bottom of my laundry basket, and there, on the bottom, was my 2017 yearly planner. I hadn't seen this planner in over 5 years. I asked my son if he had found it and where he found it. He didn't. He said he never even seen it before. He didn't remember it whatsoever. I do laundry weekly and empty the hamper every single time. I don't know if this was some weird glitch, some weird ghostly encounter, but it feels like a mix of the two. All I can say for sure is 2017 was a hell of a year. Everyone keeps saying I'm not remembering the night my father abandoned our family, but I remember it like it was yesterday. He went into my room with his shotgun after I told him a monster was in my closet, but he never came back out again. My cat found a wormhole and then pretended nothing happened. By Splattenberg. Background. I have a young cat who is really smart and really naughty. She's allowed outside during the day, but she's also afraid of birds. So she prefers it if me or my partner are outside with her. However, she really wants to be out at night so badly, and she knows she's not allowed. She used to try to bolt if the door was open even for a second, but we wised up to her and now she tries to be stealthy. It doesn't work on me because I got her number, but my partner can be oblivious sometimes and she'll take the opportunity to slip out. I like to read, smoke, and drink on the back deck at night, and there's a huge glass paneled door that she can jealously watch me through. Sometimes she stays by the door the entire time, especially when the moths are out. But sometimes she gets bored and goes to her spot on the couch. And now, for story time. One night, I'm out reading and drinking, and I hear a soft thump on the deck. I look up, and there she is, that little rat. I start scalding her for being out at night, assuming my partner accidentally let her out. And she ignores me, doing her usual routine of standing up on her haunches and smelling this particular spot on the wall. It's an unusual posture, and it looks really funny and distinctive. As I'm still scalding her, she meanders under the table just out of my reach. I look under, and she seems to have disappeared into the shadows. I know she'll eventually want to come back in, so I don't pressure her. That just makes her stay away. So I get up to go in and refill my drink and berate my partner. And what do I see? She's in her spot on the couch, completely passed out to sleep. I start yelling for my partner, and she wakes up slightly, looking at me through drowsy eyes. I saw her outside less than 2 minutes ago, and my partner said they hadn't gone out at all recently. I wonder if there was a cat who looked like her, but she's so distinctive down to her extra hangy primordial pouch and silly little quirks. And clearly the cat outside knew me and was comfortable with me. We also don't have many strays around here because we border the wilderness and they can't survive. I know all my neighbors' cats and they definitely do not look or act like mine. Was she astral projecting? Was I seeing into the future or the past? or does my cat have a doppelganger? Is $5 a good deal for selling an entire bin of used clothes on Once Upon a Child? I guess I don't even care about the cash, but I'm definitely getting a kick out of the idea that eventually a parent might see and recognize the clothes their kid was last seen wearing. The Man on the Train, Time Traveler, by Violet of the Night. I commented this on another post, but thought it'd be worthy of its own post. Would be interested to learn if anyone else here has experienced something similar. When I was 18 in the mid-2000s, a guy sat next to me on the train as I was heading back to uni. And for the whole journey, he kept talking about things that didn't quite make sense. I felt like I knew him, and he was talking as if we were long-lost friends. He didn't seem to have any mental health issues, was intelligent, and seemed to speak about things that connected to me on a deeper level. He kept drinking small bottles of whiskey, the kind you get on a train, and seemed to be enjoying everything that was happening like it was all new to him. His confidence was off the charts, not in a player type of way, but as if he was from a slightly more free and socially advanced culture. There was a definite vibe of he's not from here. The tone of the conversation for the hour trip was of him both teaching me about life and building my confidence up, which I felt was strange given that I had no idea who he was. For the whole time, I felt a strange sensation that there was some sort of different vibration about him. Like, he didn't quite fit in with his surroundings and all the other people. Almost on a molecular level. Like, there was a bubble around him. It was very odd. For reference, he appeared to be in his late 20s, wore black, had black facial hair and black, not so long, but not short hair, and had a very healthy vibe about him. Eventually arrived at the station, and as I was getting off the train, he put his hand on my shoulder, looked into my eyes with reveille, like I was some sort of holy figure, LOL, and said, "You're a great person." And I felt a general emotion from him that was far too strong for the circumstances. Then he walked away, the wrong way, and disappeared into the crowd. I looked for him through the people, but couldn't see him at all. He just disappeared. For years, I wondered if he was a time traveler that came back to give me a message. Who knows? Maybe he was. Anyone else experience anything similar, or can shed any light on what this could have been? As I carried the last of the moving boxes in from the car to our new home, the thick snow crunching under my feet, my son asked if he could explore our back garden as I began to unpack. After 9 months of searching, the snow had finally thawed, and with it, the ice over the lake. Assigned seat number changes halfway through a football game. By Not Even Creative. My uncle and I went to the bus game a few weeks ago, and his friend wasn't able to make it, so we used his season tickets to go to the game. As we scanned the tickets, we asked the worker how to get to our seats. My uncle and I vividly remember the tickets saying Section 235, Row W, Seat 4 and 5. So the worker points us to that direction of the Section 235, and we go find our seats. I double-check our tickets before we get to our section just to make sure we are finding the correct seats. and I confirmed it said Section 235, Row W, Seats 4 and 5. I then ask an usher to confirm where our seats are. He points us to the right direction towards Row W after looking at our tickets. So we go over to Row W and see there are people sitting in our seats already. No big deal, we thought. We could just hop around in that section until we felt like asking them to move when the game got busier. Eventually, we are asked to move to our seats, so we go back to Row W and ask the people there to politely move since those were our seats. The two guys sitting in seat 4 and 5 were very sure that those were their seats, and then showed their tickets to us, which showed that they are indeed Section 235, Row W, seats 4 and 5. This is where we get really confused. We then pull out our tickets to show them that these are our seats, only for it to say we are in Section 235, Row B, seats 1 and 2. What the hell? Our tickets seamlessly changed from Row W, seats 4 and 5, to Row B, seats 1 and 2. We'd had absolutely no clue how that could be possible, as we had ushers confirm multiple times where our seats were throughout the first half of the game, while making mental notes of our exact row and seat numbers so I wouldn't forget. We then moved down to our new seats and just sat in absolute confusion as to how that could have even happened. It makes sense that Row B seats 1 and 2 were the correct seats all along, as we saw some friends behind us who were asking the usual friends where they have this season tickets. We told them what happened and they couldn't make sense of it either, and jokingly suggested we were probably too drunk to notice the difference. However, I was sober and had multiple ushers confirm what the previous seat said before the mysterious switch. There is likely a reasonable explanation for this, but my uncle and I still scratch our heads wondering how that happened. We both vividly remember the same details, and just don't know what the hell happened that day. Any thoughts? The virus wiped out about 99% of the entire human female population on Earth. As one of the few remaining, I gripped the kitchen knife tightly in my hand, knowing that I had to make a choice. Missing/reappearing rubber earbud band by Wrenchity Wrench. Sometimes I feel like I must be drawing these experiences to myself by coming to read this forum, but it's so chicken versus the egg at this point that it's impossible to tell. Something happens and then I think to come here, and on the odd time I come here on my own accord, something usually happens. Maybe simply because it was overdue for it anyways, and the timing is just synced up. Who knows? I was really thinking about that because of something I heard a while back though. They say that the visitors at Skinwalker Ranch reportedly come home and experience those things in their own homes, and that then their spouses and co-workers begin to experience the same things as well. Almost as if these experiences are contagious. Or perhaps our mere awareness of them catches the otherworldly's attention and shines a spotlight on us in a sea of dark people, so that we're now at the forefront of their awareness. As they may then view us as their best bet at communication with this side since we see/notice them and their antics. Many/most do their best to ignore even when they do see. And I know in some cultures they say not to acknowledge anything abnormal ever, lest you attract its attention and garner more of it. I've also heard stories of people trying to ignore it all and having that ramp things up even more. So I think it's probably never going to be a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. as much as I would love to nail it down into one easy and uniform explanation. The glitch this morning was a weird one to have happen to me, but not weird as a whole since I've now read about versions of this in here countless times in the last few years. I've had a lot of glitches of my own, especially with disappearing and reappearing items. But I never lost something mid-air and had it reappear so blatantly. Don't know how else to put it. I'm just so glad he was with me to witness it. Anyhow, I was walking with my husband and it was just turning light outside, so it was still basically dark out for reference. I had my left earbud in. Earfun Pro is the brand/model, and this earbud has a rubber band that goes around the midsection and has a rubber lip that sticks out to better wedge into your ear. Some I've had are built in, but this one comes off so you can swap it out with a bigger size lip one, I'm assuming. I never changed mine out, but I know that it comes off because I had it happen the other day and made a note to look for the bag with the extra sizes so that I could find the one that was more snug, if possible. I went to take out my earbud and felt the rubber band slip and start to fall off, and I tried to cradle my fingers to catch it before it fell to the ground, and wasn't able to be quick enough. I didn't hear it hit the ground, and I would be highly unlikely to, but it fell from my hand, so that was the option. So we stopped and pulled out our phone lights and looked for a few minutes, baffled that it wasn't immediately located because we were in a spot that didn't have leaves. But we couldn't find it, and I said, screw it, let's do our walk, it'll be lighter by the time we swing back and we'll find it then. Thinking it wasn't that big of a deal regardless. I knew I realistically did not keep that bag of extras and that it was a long shot to think I could find them. But I'd been debating some new headphones lately anyhow, so I put it out of my mind. We do our walk and come back, look around the area to no avail once more, and then give up and go inside. Fast forward to 4 hours later when I walk out of my bathroom, where I had been standing at the sink putting water into my dog's food bowl, dehydrated kind that rehydrates, only to walk back in and see the earbud band laying in the middle of the bathroom floor where I had just been standing a second prior. The empty bathroom floor, mind you, that I had already been on my hands and knees clean earlier because I had spilled dog food and was picking up all the pieces. There was no clutter near it, nothing on the counters to fall off, no pockets I was wearing that it could have hitched a ride and transferred in either. I've thought of everything I possibly can, and I had already had my husband check my clothing and hair outside, multiple times. So, to sum it up, I literally lost this earbud piece mid-air, outside, hours prior, and then had it somehow neatly deposited indoors right where I had been standing, on a floor I had just cleaned, in a room I'd been in and out of multiple times, in the blink of an eye. Additional details. There was no one else in the house, or even in that room other than us. My husband was in the house as well, but he went straight downstairs to jump on a work call right when we came home, and hadn't come upstairs yet by the time I found it. Another detail here. If it had been the floor for any length of time, my 2 dogs, and or cat, would have gone full, "Look at me, I have your shit, and it's air hockey o'clock," on it. And I'm using those caps exactly how I mean them, because after 20 seconds of something being on the floor, that's the energy that erupts, because nothing gets played with if it doesn't get your immediate attention. So my point is, that's another oddity to the situation. An untouched, mouthable new item in dead center of the floor that nobody was fucking with, but everybody was in plain sight of? Last thing I can think of is that I asked for it back about 20 minutes prior to finding it, and that it had been where I was standing when I asked for it. So, that's it. That's the latest glitch. Now off to go and try and lose my wallet. After 12 bodies were found in the mine shaft due to a workplace accident, the police shut down the entire facility. The facility manager was furious until the police showed them the CCTV footage, which showed that only 11 people went into the mine shaft. Coworkers randomly despawned for almost half an hour. By trigonometry. Sorry for the big, stupid lead-up. I promise, it's relevant. I work at a distribution center / packing plant for an advertising company. Basically, it means I stand at a table and pack boxes full of paper all day, printing the shipping labels and stuff like that. It's a decent job, and I like my coworkers, so it's not really as boring as it sounds. The warehouse is about 2,000 square feet and is more or less a giant cinder block rectangle. There are very few windows. There is an office-type area along the east side, contains the break room, unisex bathroom, a cubicle for our IT guy, nothing else. And the stack / where we park the forklift and the pallet jacks are on the west side. The stacks are all either short enough to see over or empty enough to see through. The rest of the warehouse floor is visibly open space with the receiving bay, garage where the FedEx trucks come in. On the north end, and my station's on the south end. I have 5 coworkers. I'll call them Mary, Josh, Matt, Alex, and Joe. Mary works at the station next to me, building the kits and packing the boxes. Josh and Matt work in the stacks, scanning our materials for Mary and I to pick. Alex is the aforementioned IT guy. Joe is the floor manager and my direct boss. One of the perks of the job is that since the work is kind of mindless and nobody really talks to me, they're all older than me by a significant amount. I get to listen to music while I work. I have a kind of irritating and loud taste, so I wear a pair of earbuds to listen. Also, because Joe keeps sports talk radio on all day on the floor. But whatever. A couple of weeks ago, I was at my station, standing facing south. I was pre-building some boxes for a packing order we were going to have coming in later that week. So, I had my music a little louder than usual to cover up the sound of the tape gun. I could see Mary out of the corner of my eyes working on something at the next station. And whenever I lifted my head, I could see both Josh and Matt were in the stacks with their scanner guns and carts. Alex was in his office as far as I knew, and I couldn't see Joe. I built another stack of 10 or so boxes. Took me maybe 6 or 7 minutes before leaving to use the bathroom. I went into the little office space and noticed that Alex wasn't there, but wasn't really focused on it. I entered the bathroom, did my thing, and left. When I got out of the bathroom, Alex was still gone. I didn't think much of it. I knew he couldn't be in the bathroom since I would have seen him come in. But I guess I assumed he'd gone out onto the floor to ask someone a question or something. The office space where the bathroom is so small that you can see all of it from the entrance. So he couldn't have been in there without me seeing him. I walked out of the office back to my station and picked up my stuff to get back to work when I noticed that Mary was also gone, along with her water bottle and the roll of label stickers she had been using. I looked around towards the stacks for Matt and Josh. They're both over 6 feet tall and incredibly easily visible, normally. But I couldn't see them or their carts. I took off my earbuds and noticed that the warehouse was completely silent. No delivery trucks idling in the receiving bay, no rumble of cartwheels or footsteps on the concrete, and even my boss's radio was turned off. I left my station and walked across the floor, the motion-activated lights turning back on as I went, trying to look closer into the stacks to see if they were just out of view. But like I said, the warehouse isn't that big and they just weren't there. I never saw Mary, Alex, or Joe either, nor any of their stuff. The scanner guns or cards or label stickers. It was like I just imagined them all being at work today. I left the stacks and checked out the receiving bay. Nothing, and none of the garage doors were open. Break room, also nothing. It was around 3 p.m. Everyone eats at around noon and we all clock out at 4. So they hadn't all somehow gone for lunch without me noticing. By this point, I'd done a complete loop of the entire warehouse, outright calling out people as I went, and all my coworkers just seemed to have fallen off the face of the earth. Obviously, I was creeped out, but I'd be leaving in less than an hour anyway, so I just kinda got back to work. I put my music back on and went back to building boxes, turned my music up loud just to have the noise. It felt like the sound of my tape gun was the only thing on the planet. I kept my eyes on my watch and eventually, after around 25 minutes, I finally noticed movement in the corner of my eye and looked up to see Mary at her station, working on her label stickers like she never left. I turned to face the stacks and saw Matt and Josh with their carts, right where they were before I had gone into the office. Nobody looked like they had spent the last half hour working, but they also didn't look like they actually had gone anywhere either. I didn't say anything about it, just spent the last dregs of my shift with this weird feeling in the back of my neck. Eventually, 4 rolled around and I clocked out and left. I told all this to my stepdad on the way home. He works at the corporate office of the ad agency that owns my warehouse, a couple streets down. And he said he couldn't think of any reason for anyone to just up and leave like that. It hasn't happened since, at work or otherwise. I do keep my music volume a little lower while I work now, though. I can't help but wonder if something happened and I just couldn't hear it. Sorry, but wages are a privilege, the corrupt boss said, mocking his subordinates. As the enraged workers dragged him towards the window, leading to a 900-foot drop, one of the workers said, "Being able to live a long life is also a privilege." Woman Enters Twice by Lawrence. Narrated by As the Raven Dreams.
I have a weird glitch that happened to myself at work, and one of my coworkers was there and witnessed it. Obvious disclaimer, neither of us does drugs, we were both of sound mind, and neither of us had been drinking, and in fact we were both actually at work at the time. We work for a convenience store, and we both work the overnight shift. That may not sound important, but it is. On the overnight shift, you don't see a whole lot of people. When you see someone walk in, you kind of make note of them, because they're probably going to be the only customers that you see for that hour. This happened on the night before New Year's Eve, and as stated, I was working with my coworker, Michael. We were cleaning up the store and restocking the coolers when I heard the door chime that indicated that someone had entered the store. Michael and I quickly turned around to greet the person, and I saw an older woman with the purple coat and a small dog with curly hair. I made a quick comment that we don't normally let dogs in the store since we do technically serve food, but at this point the rollers were off, and I just told her that so long as she didn't let the dog on the floor, I didn't mind if she brought him in. She agreed and walked into the store to do her shopping. I then turned to Mike making a comment about how it was a cute dog, and he made a comment about what breed it was, and that was that. I went back to stalking with Mike, and after a few moments, I looked around to see if the woman was somewhere in the store, and I couldn't see her. I thought it was weird, but it was possible that she had just gone to the restroom and left. We were one of the only 24-hour stores around, and if she was on the road late, she may have just stopped really quickly to go. It does happen. We finish up the stocking, and we both head back to the main step up where the registers are to check off the list and see if the boss had left any special cleaning instructions. As soon as we get up to the front, I look up and see an older woman walk in the front door with the purple coat and that same little dog. I was kind of taken aback, thinking it's weird that she came back so quickly, but as she walked in, she asked if she was allowed to bring the dog in. I mentioned that, so long as she didn't let him on the floor and kept a hold of him, I didn't mind. I said this almost as if I wasn't controlling myself, like I was forced to say it, like the situation required me to say it. She smiled, said thank you, and walked into the store to do her shopping. I looked over at Mike and I asked him if that was the same woman as before, and he said that it definitely looked like her. He then mentioned that maybe she just forgot something, or maybe she had something wrong with her memory. After a few moments, she walked up to the counter with a few things and placed them down. As I was scanning them, I asked her if she had just forgotten to buy them when she was in earlier. She then responds by saying that she wasn't in earlier. And when I mentioned that I thought she had come in about 20 minutes prior, she tells me that she's on a long drive from up north, and that 20 minutes prior she was on the highway. I just kind of nod and agree, and make a joke about how there was a lady that looked just like her, with a similar dog that came in earlier. We just chuckled about the whole thing. It was incredibly awkward, I'm not going to lie. After she left, I actually sat down at the security computer and pulled the footage back, thinking that maybe it was just someone similar looking with the same dog, but that's when it got weirder. The footage for that exact moment showed that nobody had entered the store at all. I knew the approximate time that she had entered. I remember seeing her and her dog, making the comments, talking to Mike about her. He even remembers seeing her, and he thought it was weird that she came back. But according to the woman in the security footage, she hadn't been there. In fact, nobody had entered the store for around an hour before she showed up that second time. I don't know if we just saw a future event, or if it was like a time reset or something, but it was freaky. Beyond our memories of her, that first woman, or I guess the first time the woman came in, just didn't happen. She didn't purchase anything, so there was no transaction history. The cameras didn't show anyone, and unfortunately where we were stalking, which would be where I was standing when I mentioned she could bring her dog in the first time, is off camera. So I don't even know if I actually stood up and made that comment to anyone. It was crazy, and it kind of gives me goosebumps thinking about it. But in the end, I guess that it's just another one of those things that happens while working retail in a simulation.
My husband screamed at me repeatedly about how I need to just let it go, that I always held on too tightly to things, and that if I didn't change, he was going to leave me once and for all. The memory flashed through my mind as I desperately held his hand while he dangled over the edge of the bridge. And so, like he had suggested after his affair, I simply just let it go. New Path Out of the Woods by Anonymous. This happened about a year ago. I was going hiking by myself in a local area. It wasn't difficult, and I had been there before, just not on this path. Even though it was easy, I took too long and had to turn around instead of finishing the loop to beat the sunset. Emphasis on it being a loop. There was a path marked with bright trail paint, and I followed it back to the trailhead. There were just a few random branches of trails that connected the loop to itself, but I recognized all of them, as they had a large map board, and never once felt like I could be lost. Sun started to set though, and I still wasn't back to where the trail began. I was worried I had somehow missed the opening, a giant sign/opening in the trees, and ended up on the other side of the loop, so I turned around and walked a short distance back. After walking a tiny way back, I stumbled upon an opening as I described, a very large break in trees, huge map sign. I felt incredibly discombobulated that I could miss it, but I just was glad to be out. However, my car wasn't there. This is a tiny nature park area in a city where there's one entrance to the loop that is just a break in the trees. The trailhead is just between 10 yards of playground/green space from the parking lot of 4 parking spaces, then a road. I was freaking out thinking my car had gotten stolen to the point I almost called the police. My phone had no service though. I started walking on the actual road in this area out of deep confusion/fear of it becoming night. I double-checked the trailhead to see if it was the same or if I had gotten off path. Again, I couldn't find any evidence I was somewhere new or a different trail. I continued walking down the road and I passed a small line of trees that showed an exact replica of the parking lot I had just walked from, except my car was actually there. Of course, I was just relieved and feeling stupid, so I went home. To visualize what I saw when I walked, imagine the road as a B shape, with 2 curves being the parking lots and the middle line being the trees, and the first lines being the road. Something felt weird all night though, so I drove back to the daylight the next day. There was only one parking lot. There was only one trailhead. I completely walked the trail this time, the whole loop, and I couldn't find any other trailhead or playground. I drove the entire road and around the natural park. Not a single park similar to where I was. Should be noted that this was a very clean, well-marked loop for beginners. I looked at a map of all the trails and none of them were close enough to this loop for me to even stumble upon them, and that's pretending there are 2 trailheads to find. I don't even believe in the Matrix theory, but I really felt like a character walking through a game that's glitching and making copies of buildings. I'm not spiritual either, but even my religious friends I've told have made conspiracies that some higher power was protecting me by getting me out of the woods. A tourist approached me today and asked me if I could show him the way to the city park. And out of panic, I pointed in a random direction and quickly left. I froze in horror as soon as I saw the same guy on a missing person posters the very next day. Flowers for Norma by Jenna F. Narrated by As the Raven Dreams.
Before I get into this glitch story, I want to say that I've been haunted by weird things pretty much my entire life. I may share some of my other stories with you at some point, but I have seriously had to deal with weird things happening to me since I was a child. They haven't always been glitches. Some of them have been pretty obviously paranormal, but these weird events are always the ones that get to me. This specific event is just the most recent one to happen to me, and it's one that seems to be the biggest change in my reality. I've been a delivery driver for a store that does floral arrangements for quite a few years now. I also help put together the arrangements, help out in the store, but my main job is deliveries. It may sound like a bit of a weird job, and one that most people wouldn't think to be a busy job, but funeral homes order their flower arrangements from somewhere, and there are funerals every day. So I can tell you that we do get a lot of business. On top of that, some businesses like to order small arrangements for their front desks, and we also had one client that had been consistent for years. She's actually the one that the story is about. But I want to tell you a bit more about her before we get into the story. Norma Jean was, at the time of this story, in her mid-90s. I think she was 94 to be exact, but I can't be certain on that. Norma had been getting flowers from our shop for 25 years, almost the entire time the store had done deliveries, and that started because her husband had wanted to get her flowers, and he'd actually contacted the original owner of the store to set up an arrangement for them to be delivered every 2 weeks to Norma. He hadn't prepaid or anything. He was paying when they were set up and sent out. But he had done this for about 20 years, until he passed away in 2016. Her husband had actually spoken to the owner not too long before he passed away, and asked if there was any way he could continue to have the flowers sent to her after his passing. If maybe there was some way he could prepay, and the owner promised him that she would continue sending them, and that he didn't have to worry about paying for them. I'm mentioning this because this was, obviously, the sweetest and saddest story that I've ever heard, and I was always so happy when the 2 weeks was up, and I got to deliver more flowers to Norma Jean. It was always such a pleasure to knock on her door and say, "I have a flower delivery for Norma Jean from Ronald," because her eyes would always light up when I said it. Now, I've been making this delivery, as mentioned, every 2 weeks for about 4 years, with some exceptions for when I was out sick or just not working that day. If you do the math on that, I've done this delivery approximately 180 times. So, I know Norma Jean pretty well. Over the past couple of years, I will say that she changed a slight bit, and that she wasn't very talkative anymore. She would just take her flowers and say thank you, and that would be the whole conversation. It's okay, I get it. With everything going on, it was possible that she just didn't want to be social, and I respected that. Now, on to the glitch that happened. About 2 months ago, it was time for me to do my delivery to Norma Jean. I got the flowers arranged, got everything in the van, and I headed toward her lovely little house so that I could make her morning better. However, when I pulled up, I noticed that her front yard looked different. For some reason, I couldn't really put words to what was different, and part of me thinks that this may be part of the glitch. Something about it was different, but my brain cannot, for whatever reason, parse out the information on what exactly is different. It's just that something is completely wrong with how it looks. I shook this off, thinking that it was just something weird at first, but then I got up to the door and rang the bell. An older woman, younger than Norma, with curly, graying red hair, answered the door. My first thought was that this could have been Norma Jean's daughter or something. I've never met any of her kids, but she had mentioned them in the past. Of course, my mind immediately went to the worst place. I thought maybe something had happened to Norma and her kids were there to help her, or worse. I went ahead with my normal greeting of flower delivery for Norma Jean from Ronald, and the woman lit up just as Norma would have. She reached out for the flowers, and she said that they were absolutely lovely this week and thanked me for always being so kind when I dropped them off. I then asked if Norma was around or if she was okay, and this woman looked at me like I was crazy. She kind of shook her head and said, "What do you mean? I'm right here." This woman was at least 15 years younger than Norma. There was no way that she was in her 90s, and she looked nothing like I remember Norma looking. On top of that, her voice was way more energetic, and she was way more talkative. I even questioned her a bit, saying, "Wait, you're Norma?" And she started asking me if I was okay. She'd mentioned that I'd been bringing her flowers for something like 4 years now, and she was confused why I didn't recognize her on that day. I told her that I just must be off and that I was fine. I tried to play it off as best I could, but I could tell that she was confused as to what I was going on about. I told her to have a lovely day, and I went back to my van and headed back to the shop. As soon as I got back, I mentioned to the owner that someone else had answered the door for Norma, and that she said she was Norma. We talked about it for a bit. I described the woman, and she told me that the woman that answered the door was, in fact, Norma. I then mentioned the little old lady that I was used to seeing, and she was confused, because based on the description that I was giving, I was talking about Norma's mother. I said that I must have been giving the flowers to her mother the whole time then, and she then mentioned to me that that was impossible, because Norma's mother died in 1997, which was when the owner met Ronald and Norma. She did the entire flower arrangement for the funeral. That was how the store had actually gotten Ronald's business. He thought that the arrangements were so beautiful that he wanted to get the flowers for Norma Jean to try to keep her in high spirits after the passing of her mother. She even showed me a picture that she had of them from a year or two later, and the woman in the photograph looked a lot closer to this new Norma Jean that I had met that day. So, I guess that's my latest glitch. The Norma Jean that I knew was apparently somehow Norma Jean's mother, and not the real Norma. But the woman that's been answering the door to me for the last 4 years has been dead since the late 90s. I really don't know how to explain this beyond it being a really weird shift in reality, or glitch, or something. But it's probably one of the weirdest things that I've ever experienced, and I really don't know how to take it. I will add that I have done this delivery a couple more times since this change, and this new Norma is very kind. And she knows me by name, she knows my girlfriend's name, and several other things about me that I've spoken about to Norma. So I have to believe that this is the Norma Jean that I've been delivering to for a few years now. I have no explanation for this, and I'm open to any comments. But as it is now, I just have to accept that the Norma Jean I knew is no longer with us. And just keep bringing the flowers to this new Norma Jean.
Six friends, delirious and exhausted, had finally found the trail and are on their way back to the car after being lost in the wilderness for days. He's not sure which of them is an imposter or how they've woven themselves into his memories, but he knows the car can only fit 5 people. Did I die and come back to life? By I Don't Like Cheesy. I know the title sounds a little clickbait, but I'm here for possible answers. Please excuse if this is poorly explained. A lot runs through my mind at once when I talk about this, and it's hard to lay it out in an order that makes sense to other people. Additionally, I'm not 100% sure this is the correct subreddit for this, so if anyone knows a better one and could direct me to it, I'd be grateful. Anyways, this has been on my mind a lot lately. I'm currently a senior in high school, and this happened last school year. I used to be a very reckless driver. I got pulled over going 20 over in the school zone. And that's where this story starts. Naturally, my parents took my license for 2 weeks. When I got my license back, it was conveniently the first day of spring break. My friend had gotten a new truck and he wouldn't send me pictures of it. He said we need to see it in person. Now me and this friend live about a half an hour from the rest of our friend group, so I said I was going to drive to his house and see his new truck, which I did. Now, it should be noted that we live in the country, so we take a lot of back roads to get to places with loose gravel and dirt. So I hopped in my car and put on some music on my Bluetooth FM transmitter. If you don't know what that is, it's a plug into your car's cigarette lighter and tells you which radio station to switch to, and it plays music from your phone onto your car's speakers. Now, I distinctly remember turning on Sunday Morning Comin' Down by Johnny Cash. So, me being stupid with Need for Speed, I was flying going 60 miles an hour down these back roads. I ended up trying to drift and kept messing it up. And that's where what I remember doesn't align with what exactly happened. Here's what I remember. I remember my car losing control and feeling the right side lift up. I proceeded to start rolling and I felt the roof starting to close in. I distinctly remember a few things from this moment. First of all, I remember putting my hands up trying to push the roof off my head and screaming, "Oh shit," 3 times. I also remember not being able to see out the windshields because of how cracked they were and the cloud of gravel dust my car had kicked up. And another thing I remember is hearing glass cracking and scraping in my back seat, but being too scared to look back because I had an eye on the road mentally. Then, I remember looking up and the roof caving in, and it went black. Then what happened after that I can't explain. My vision was blocked by what I can only describe as TV static. My ears were ringing bad, like I couldn't even think. Then the ringing got interrupted by radio static. After a few moments the static dispersed and I was extremely confused for a few reasons. First, my car was upright and intact. I had just barely bumped a tree. The radio static was coming from my radio. My FM transmitter had somehow been removed from the cigarette lighter. I checked my phone and no music was playing. The music app wasn't even open. It was almost like I was switching through the stations and couldn't find something to listen to. Well, lucky for me, there was a farmer in the field next to where I crashed and he came and helped me. And here's what he said happened. I was barreling around this turn going about 60 miles per hour and my tire popped off after I started to drift, which I later concluded was due to low air pressure. And I couldn't straighten and hit the tree. He said I was lucky, because if I was off by even 6 inches, I would have rolled into the creek and died. A few hours later, after everything got settled, I finally got home and felt so different. I guess anyone would, but everything felt so unfamiliar. Like I was in a stranger's house. I felt unsafe telling anyone that I felt that way. I mean, the crash was 8 months ago and I still get paranoid just typing it out. I've also noticed some things are different around the house that no one else thinks are different. For example, light switch placements are different than I remember. Also, the hot water and cold water knobs are switched. It used to be cold on the left and hot on the right, but now it's the opposite. And that's all. If you made it to the end, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to this. I know it was pretty long. Thoughts on what happened would be greatly appreciated. Thanks again. I'm so sorry. I spoke before I spat on the frozen grave of my father again. Shut up, said my brother. If you don't get coal this Christmas, the winter will take Mommy too. Time Disappeared by Anonymous, narrated by As the Raven Dreams.
I recently started a new job, and I've made it a point to be early to the office every single day. For some people, this may seem a bit weird, but this is my first career-level position, so I'm really trying to make a good impression, and make it obvious that I really want this job. The company that I work for is fairly laid back, but I have a bit of a different mentality. I want to be an ideal employee, and I want to be seen as someone that is trying really hard. I know that this is probably a fruitless effort, but I don't care. I'm doing what I can. Obviously, I'm a bit obsessive with things, and as such, I have a very strict morning routine. I wake up at 5:30, I get a shower in, and I get everything done and ready for the day, and then I'm out of the house by 6:05 to 6:10. Leaving at these times gets me to the office by 6:40 at the latest, which puts me at 20 minutes early for the start of my 7 a.m. shift. This gives me time to get my station set up, get coffee, and get everything going in the mornings. I've worked there for about 2 months, and I have been at the office at this time every single day for the entire time that I've worked there. So it has absolutely become a habit. That leads to the day that the glitch happened. It was about 2 weeks ago as of the time of me writing this. On this morning, I actually woke up around 5:15, and because I kept having some really weird nightmares, which was fine by me. Waking up early meant that I had even more time to get my day started. I get out of bed, get a quick shower in, and I do all of the things that I need to before I leave. By the time I finish up, I look over at my cell phone and it's only 6 a.m. on the dot. I figure that I've done everything I could at that point at home, so I get out and head to work. But this is where things get weird. I got in my car and the clock on my dashboard said 6:02 a.m. I pull out of the driveway and up to the stop sign at the end of my road, and then turn on the main road towards my office. As soon as I turn onto the main road, my phone starts ringing. I see that my boss is calling me, so I answer. I ask him what's up, and he responds with, "Is everything okay? Are you coming in?" I was kind of confused, as I was actually leaving earlier than normal. So I said, "Yeah, I'm on my way now. What's going on?" He then responds with, "Okay, I was just making sure. We were about to start the morning huddle, and you're usually here by now, and we hadn't heard from you yet." It was at this point that I looked back at the clock in my car, 7:15 a.m. I apologize to my manager, and I tell him that I must have lost track of time this morning and that I would be there in 5 minutes. He says it's fine and to just get there safely. We hang up, and I just kind of stared at the clock while I drove, trying to figure out how exactly that happened. There was no way that I was wrong about the time that I woke up. I was up early. I had actually turned off my alarm after I'd woken up because I didn't want it going off while I was in the shower. I got out and got finished, and I was absolutely without a shadow of a doubt on the road by 6:02. I saw those numbers on my phone and the clock in my car. I had only been driving for a couple of minutes by the time that he called, but somehow, an hour and 13 minutes had passed. I have no idea what happened in this time. I didn't feel like I passed out, nothing really changed around me, and I didn't feel weird. It's just that the time vanished. To the best of my knowledge, I don't have anything medically wrong with me, so I cannot make any sense of it. It's just one of those crazy and terrifying things that happened And thankfully it only happened once because I don't want to be late again.
I spotted some Jehovah's Witnesses wandering my neighborhood in the pouring rain and decided to invite them inside so they could dry off. It was only as their smiles widened and I noticed the elongated sizers that I realized why they always ask people if they can come inside. My cousin came to visit, but something was wrong with her. By Bear Blux. Hello, so I hope this isn't the right place to post this, and I would like to apologize for my poor English before we start. It is a story that still haunts me to this day. What I want to tell you about happened like half a year ago. It's about me, a female 20, my cousin, female 36, and my grandma, female 66, if any of this matters. I grew up with my grandma, and my cousin is actually the second closest person I have in my life since day one. She lives a few towns away, but she comes over and visits me and my grandma at least once a month. Since I can remember, it has never been any different than that. And when she would come over, she would always text or call me first, ask to get a coffee ready. When I was a child, she called my grandma first. She would never come without informing us before. As soon as she's at our door, it's always the same, like a little ritual. I open the door, she hugs me, puts her bag down and takes her jacket off, and then goes to the living room to hug my grandma. That in mind, let's go a few months back in time. It was a regular day in the afternoon when our doorbell rang. I didn't really know who it was, but I assumed it was the package delivery driver asking me to take a package from my neighbor in, or something like that. So I looked out the window. We live on the 3rd floor of the most stereotypical East German looking flat ever. I really have to lean out to see who's there. And I saw that it was my cousin. I was pretty happy to see her, but already surprised that she came over without calling before. I opened the door and let her in. But instead of hugging me, she walked straight past me and sat down in the living room. She didn't put her bag down, because, weird enough, she didn't even bring her bag. My grandmother had the same reaction as me, happy about the visit, but kind of surprised. But it just got weirder. For like an hour, we talked about the usual stuff, what's new, how is everyone, etc. At some point in the conversation, we brought up her brother's car, and she acted all surprised. She said that he doesn't have a car and that she can't even remember him having a license. Which is weird because she helped him get and choose that car not too long ago. And she told us about that before when her brother was with her. Even after he told her that, she swore she can't remember. By her tone, we knew she wasn't kidding. Overall, she isn't the person who would do stuff like this just to mess with us. After 2 or 3 hours, she said she had to go home because there was work tomorrow. She stood up, walked straight out the door, and left. I looked out the window to wave her goodbye. We always do this. But she didn't even look up. My grandma and I both agreed this was the strangest visit ever, and that we're going to have to ask her about it next time she comes over. A few weeks forward, and she called as usual, saying she would come over. So I got a coffee ready, and when she was at our apartment, everything was the same as always. She came in, hugged me, put the bag down, etc. As soon as she sat down, we agreed to ask her about the last time, and she knew nothing. Like that didn't happen in her memory. When we asked her when she was here last, she said a month ago. But the weird visit was like 2 weeks ago. When we asked her what we were talking about when she was here the last time, she said all the stuff from the time she was here a month ago, and not that last time. She thought we were kidding her or trying to mess with her, but we were just so confused. She still doesn't remember this day. P.S. None of us were under the influence of alcohol, substances, or anything like that. I may have enjoyed the alcohol package on the cruise ship a bit too much, I thought as I leaned over the side of the barrier to vomit. Now, desperately treading water and watching the ship leave me behind in the dark, silent ocean, I suddenly feel shockingly sober. Teleporting Telephone by MG. I have a glitch that happened to me the other day that I can't seem to get over. I know that sounds dumb, but it's eating at me and I'm personally struggling to move past it because it makes no sense and I don't understand how or what exactly happened. I don't want to drag this on too long, so I'll get right to it with very little in the way of context here. The only thing that I can think that you need to know is that I'm 17. I live with my parents, and I do not have my phone charger near my bed. I know that, to some people, that may sound weird, but I've been trying to peel myself away from my phone a bit since being a teenager in the modern times has me a bit too attached to my screen. And I read that it's a good way to do this is to have a place to charge your phone that is away from where you can reach it. So, because of this, I have my charger on my dresser, which is over by my door, on the opposite end of my room from my bed. If I need to use my phone for whatever reason while it's charging, I have to get up, walk around 6 full steps to my door, and use it over at the dresser. It's actually done a good job at getting me to use my phone less, if anyone cares. Anyways, the other day I was in my room doing my homework when my dad knocks and comes into my room. I asked him what's up. He asked me if I had seen his text that he had sent me. He calmly sends me messages with quick questions if he's feeling too lazy to come upstairs and ask me. I said that I hadn't seen them, because I was nose down, and I grabbed my phone from where it was sitting on my nightstand. I opened the text and read it. It was just him asking what I want for dinner, and he also sent me some silly meme gifs. I chuckled at the meme and then told him that I was open to whatever he and mom were going to make, that I didn't have anything specific. He stood there at my door and we chatted about a few things. He asked me about my homework. I mentioned that it was for my economics class and it was pretty easy, but that I was just really focused. He asked me about other stuff about school, and we just had a bit of a quick chat, nothing too crazy. As he was about to leave my room, I started to hear the sound of my phone vibrating like it was getting a call. I looked down at my bed where I thought I had tossed it, but I couldn't find it. My dad looks over at my dresser and makes a snide comment about how it's my boyfriend. He then picks up my phone from my dresser, unplugs it, and walks it over to hand it over to me, and says that he'll let me know when dinner was ready, and left. I just held my phone and tried to figure out how it ended up plugged in on my dresser. It made no sense. I had just looked at it when my dad entered the room to see the meme and respond to his question, yet when my boyfriend called, it was over on my dresser and plugged in. Also, I was the only one between the two of us that realized that something was off. When I mentioned it to my dad, he kind of just shook his head and said that he thought it was on my dresser the whole time. I mentioned that I had read his text and replied to it when he was up there, and he says that he actually asked the question when he came in, and that he doesn't recall me having my phone. It was really weird. I swear I looked at the text and the meme because I knew what the picture was. I remember what it all was, but I had somehow not seen it prior to when he handed me the phone. It was like my phone teleported to the dresser. but also reset the timeline to make it that it was always over there? I really don't know what happened, but I'm very open to interpretations from your listeners, because it was freaky. I thank the woman profusely for letting me take refuge in our home from my husband. I only screamed in terror after realizing he got there first. My girlfriend and I saw my pen materialize and fall right between us. By the Groove Freak. I've just recently found this sub, but I've been experiencing difficult to explain or unexplainable insofar as I'm able to theorize events for much of my life. This is especially true for things that I lose or that fall into the void, as I nostalgically like to refer to it. So anyways, this happened to me just a couple months ago. My girlfriend and I were working on something together. We are both writers. I'm also a musician, and we collaborate on creative ideas sometimes. We were sitting at my desk and taking down some notes, trying to outline a working plan for us to follow with this particular endeavor. We both prefer to do this the old-fashioned way and physically write things down, so I'm using a pen and literally mid-word when I feel like I've totally forgotten my train of thought. So I stop writing for a second and look up from my notepad, still holding the pen. When, a few seconds later, I realign my thoughts and look down to continue writing, but the pen's gone. The only other things on the table were my notepad and my girlfriend's pen and her notepad. It's not a large table either. So I say, WTF, where's my pen? We take everything else off the table. Now there's just nothing on it. Okay, so I suppose maybe somehow I dropped it and didn't notice it leave my hand. I look on the floor and all around the desk, and of course not there. So I say, well, I guess it just fell into the void. Because things like this happen relatively often, though most can be rationalized away and ignored because of the sliver of uncertainty and the unreliability of human senses and memory. What we do next is move the table over a couple feet, in case the pen had not only fallen from my hand and onto the floor without me feeling it, or producing any audible noise, but also rolled in such a way as to be perfectly hidden under one of the legs of the table. This also wasn't the case, but my girlfriend and I got on our knees, looking more floor level all around for it. This is when it happened. As we are both facing each other, right between us, we both watch as the pen just, and I can't stress this enough, appears. Literally materializes in midair in the space between us and proceeds to fall to the floor. Naturally, we are both stunned for a moment and totally speechless, but given the mild frequency that unexplainable shit has happened to us both, coupled with the fact that we are both already inclined towards contemplating and discussing esoteric or abstract hypothesis concepts, perhaps we were slightly more equipped than some others to accept this kind of almost unbelievable event. Of course, I'd be skeptical too if it were anyone besides myself, or even if it were me without someone else to corroborate. But it definitely happened, and we both saw it. At my therapist's urging, I finally opened up to my girlfriend of 3 years about my insecurities and fears. 2 days later, I got an alert about a viral TikTok with video clip of me crying and her mocking me for being weak. Two of my glasses glitched in the same month. By Anonymous. Few weeks ago, I stayed with a couple of my friends. I remember having my sunglasses with me when I left the next day on my way to my car. The sun was hitting my eyes and I used them. In the car, I switched to my glasses to see better and could never find my sunglasses again. Looked in my bags, my car, my pockets, and nothing. I concluded that I must have dropped them somewhere. It was my favorite, the one which had the most protection. I was pretty upset, but initially I let it go. 1 week after that, me and my boyfriend stayed in an Airbnb. Even though I lost my sunglasses, my other glasses were with me. I really don't go anywhere without them. I can see without them, but reading subtitles becomes almost impossible. When we arrived, I clearly remember putting them right next to the TV. And a few hours in, when I go looking for them, they are gone. So I'm thinking, maybe I misremembered and they are in my car, or I never took them out, even though I remember otherwise. So I started looking everywhere. I have already lost my sunglasses at this point, and this one is more vital to me. I need to drive the next day, and we were having a movie night. I looked under the bed, on the floors, on the couches, my bags, clothing, everywhere. The Airbnb was just a one-room small apartment. At that moment, I let it go. At night, I was visibly uncomfortable while watching the movie, so my boyfriend got my car keys and went ahead and looked. At the same time, I checked everything again to make sure. He came back empty-handed. So once again, I thought to myself, I must have dropped them. The next day, after we had breakfast, I go into the room, and to my surprise, my glasses are next to the bed on the floor. It didn't look like they were dropped. It was as if someone put them there. I asked my boyfriend. He shrugged and told me I must have dropped them there. Yet I clearly looked even under the bed. I had an off feeling about it, but I let it go. A few weeks later, today, in my drawer next to my other sunglasses, I see my missing sunglasses. It's just there. I live with my mom, and she knew I lost my sunglasses, so I thought maybe she found them and put them back. But no, she said she never saw them after I lost them. I thought of the possibility of my boyfriend pranking me, but then again, he didn't come over to my room for at least 2 weeks. And I swear those sunglasses weren't there in that time. I would have worn them instead, and the drawer I'm talking about has a glass on top layer for accessories and things like that. So the inside is always visible and not deep. As I lay down on my bed and got ready to turn in, I felt 2 bloody, pale hands grab my ankles from under the bed. Perhaps I didn't beat the girl into a consciousness enough, and the ropes I used were too weak. She's admirably quite resilient. Glitch in the Matrix, or Quantum Immortality, by Simini. This happened 24 years ago in the year 1999. I completely forgot about this incident until I read a Reddit post very similar to my own experience, and it jogged my memory. This will be a long story, but I really appreciate your comments as to what actually happened that day. To those of you who read to the end, I thank you in advance. I was home from college for summer visiting my family. One day, I asked my mom to borrow the car so I could visit my friends who stay at the dorms during the summer vacation. She said I could have it, but I needed to be home before 10 a.m. the next morning because she needed the car the next day. My college was about an hour's drive from my house, on a good day. Some friends of mine would make it in 45. The fastest drive time I had heard of was 35 minutes. Late at night, no traffic, driving like the wind. I got to my friend's house, our dorm residence, in the early evening, and we decided to drive down to the nearest casino, about a 30-minute drive, to pass the night. We were in a group of about 5, 2 of my roommates, 2 other friends from our dorm, and I. We had a great time playing the quarter slot machines. Once we all were tired and were ready to leave, we headed to the lobby doors and realized it was early morning, around 5 a.m., and it was pouring rain. It was raining so hard we could barely see the first row of parked cars just in front of the lobby. We waited for about 30 minutes or so for the rain to slow down to a drizzle so we could drive home, and made the 30-minute drive without incident. When we got to the dorm, it was around 6 a.m. and the rain was pouring down again, so I resolved to wait out as long as I could. I still had to return the car to my mom, and I had at least an hour's drive, if not longer, due to the weather. When I left the dorm, it was 7 a.m. One of my roommates stayed up with me until I left, and we both know the time as I was leaving. I got in my car a few minutes later and started driving towards the highway. I was really tired since I basically pulled an all-nighter at the casino, but I had to drive home to return the car to my mom. I do not recommend driving tired. I told myself I'll be fine. I cranked up the radio to my favorite station, lit a cigarette, opened the window for some fresh air, and so off I went. Again, please do not drive while tired. Within 10 minutes or so, as I was driving on the highway, the rain started pouring again. It was so bad I could barely see the wipers of my car. They were at the fastest setting, and it was like they weren't doing anything. But the rain was kinda hypnotizing. The rhythm sort of started lulling me to sleep, but I didn't really notice. My blinks kept getting slower and slower. What happened next was in the span of about 3 to 5 seconds. Not more. It's kinda hard to explain. I was awake one moment, sort of, and the next my consciousness wakes up to darkness. Kind of like when you wake up in the morning but you haven't opened your eyes yet and you are slowly starting to be aware of your surroundings. How comfortable and warm you are in your bed, etc. That's basically what happened. I'm aware of being awake, but it's dark. I don't even notice my eyes are closed. I'm comfortable, but I seem to be in a sitting position. My hands are holding on to something, but I'm not sure what it is exactly. I'm just really comfortable and I don't want to change. I keep thinking, just 5 more minutes. I don't know for how long my eyes were actually closed. Suddenly, I heard a really loud crash, almost sounded like a clap, but unlike anything I ever heard before. It sounded like metal on metal, but I wasn't sure. It got me to open my eyes, and the first thing I noticed is that I'm in my car, and all I see from the window is a wave of water headed towards my windshield really fast. When it hit the windshield of the car, it sounded like glass should have broken from the impact. It was the loudest slap sound I had ever heard before or since. I'm in momentary shock as I take in my surroundings. I'm still in my car, driving perfectly straight in the leftmost lane. On my left is a concrete barrier just a couple of feet away. On my right, I was just overtaken by a huge 18-wheeler truck. That's what made the wave slap my windshield. Heart pounding, I rubbed my eyes and forced them open as far as they'll go, determined to stay awake. I turned the music louder and opened the window to let the rain hit me in the face, along with some much-needed fresh air. The entire time I was thinking, holy shit, I could have died. I probably should have died. Then another thought hit me. What the fuck was that loud crash I heard? The time elapsed between the first and second clap was about 1 second. Me hearing the loud clap, opening my eyes to a wave that crashes to the window was another, but different sounding. Loud clap. But this wasn't the craziest part yet. Since the rain was very strong, I wasn't driving more than 50 to 60 kilometers an hour as opposed to the normal 100 kilometers an hour. This means that the trip should have taken twice as long as it normally would. I figured I should be home by 9 a.m. at the latest. The rest of the drive was uneventful, and I made it to my building, drove into the very large garage, and all the way back to my parents' parking spot. Then I walked back around to the elevators by the entrance and took the elevator to the 19th floor. Walking down a long hallway to the apartment, went to my room and crashed on the bed, right before I passed out from fatigue and probably shock. I remember to send my roommate a text message to let them know I made it home safe. I was so tired I didn't even check what time it was. I just crashed. I woke up to a bunch of messages from my roommate. I don't remember them verbatim, but they were something like, "What? No way. You must be joking. Where are you? Hello? How did you get home so fast? No way you're already home. Are you okay?" It takes me a while to figure out what she's talking about while remembering my Halloween journey from the morning, because it was then that I noticed the time of the text that I had sent her before I went to sleep. It was showing 7:20 a.m. There's no way that it's possible to travel around 90 kilometers in the span of 20 minutes in a rainstorm, where you can't even see the lanes on the road or even the hood of your own car, while trying desperately not to fall asleep and apparently failing at that. I don't know what to make of this. After reading a whole bunch of other stories on the subreddit, I'm pretty sure it may have been either a case of quantum immortality or a glitch in the Matrix. However, ever since that day, I have been experienced to all kinds of paranormal phenomena through the years. I'm pretty sure this was the catalytic event to them all. Well, all except for one. I'll tell you about that in another post if you request. Anyway, sorry for the length of this story. I just wanted to write down as many details as I can remember to share them with you all. This memory is now so clear as if it happened yesterday. I will never forget it. Thanks for listening to my story. He smiled when he looked out the window. He saw the whole town dancing. For the next few days, the dancing continued without rest, and there was no longer cause to smile. My glitch experience. What do you guys think happened? By Pedal Potions. Hey you all, a little backstory is needed here for you all to understand the situation I was in at the time. I have pretty bad chronic pain, and I've dealt with chronic pain since I was 14. I was on pain medication for quite a while until laws got pretty strict in late 2019/early 2020 when I was 20 years old, and I was forced to go off of them. This ended up with me going to a detox center while I was going through withdrawals. Typical withdrawal symptoms for me were extreme body aches, nausea, weakness, just general misery. Every day at the center, the staff would order us lunch and dinner. We eat it in the cafe space. One day, they ordered us Greek food. I had this yi and a big drink, but my stomach was feeling pretty horrible due to the withdrawal, so I decided to just throw it away and head back to my room. I remember very clearly getting up, throwing my food in the trash, dumping my big cup of water down the sink in the corner, and walking back to my room. 10 minutes or so later, one of the staff walks into my room and asks me, "Hey, are you done eating?" Obviously, I was super confused because, yeah, I threw my food away before I went back to my room, and I told him this, but he gave me a look like I was weird and asked me, "Are you sure? 'Cause it's right on the table where you left it." I told him I was 100% sure that I'd even bet on it. I walked with him back to the cafe, and he was right. My food and my drink was there in the same spot like I never even touched it in the first place, even though I had such a vivid and clear memory of getting up and throwing everything away. I don't know what the fuck happened, to be honest. I had never had hallucinations as a withdrawal symptom. None of the medications the center staff were giving me to help with those symptoms would have caused hallucinations. And I had the same medication before anyways. No one in my family experienced hallucinations or has had any mental problems that would have caused them. I was not on any pain medication or any kind of intoxication for 3 days at the very least at that point. I don't know if it was some sort of prank from the staff, or if I just completely imagined that entire part of my day. It still weirds me out, and to this day, 3 years later, I still don't really have any explanation for what happened. I remember everything so clearly, yet apparently it didn't happen. Recently, a Florida man claimed that he saw an alien meeting in the Everglades where they were finalizing their plans to invade Earth. Everyone who laughed at him and called him crazy was screaming in terror a few hours later, as the global alien invasion began with extreme prejudice. I saw an entire building disappear by Megan June 03. I finally had enough karma to post this in this group. Sorry if you've seen this elsewhere, I never posted on Reddit before, so I had to post to make the karma. I'm a lurker. But I'm hoping my story will make the most sense in this group. Sorry in advance for the long read, but this happened to me yesterday afternoon and I've been trying to find people with similar experiences / explanations as to what happened. A disclaimer before you read. 1. I appreciate all viewpoints and theories to this experience, but please do be kind. I have been accused of having a mental illness / lying in very mean ways. I'm a 19-year-old girl and I never posted on Reddit before because I'm shy and don't want to read mean things about myself. 2. I'm a mental health and nursing student. We have to have multiple appointments from occupational therapists to see if we are fit for the role. My last appointment was on Tuesday. I got the all clear. I've been doing this for a year. I never had any hallucinations, except for the bird, which I'll explain later, and I have no history of mental illness. It is also a very obscure course, and if my lecturers, classmates, and therapists thought I had any issue whatsoever, I would be assisted and helped as necessary. So while I appreciate that this may have been a microdream or hallucination, I do not accept or agree with this accusation of being delusional per se. It's sad that I have to put a disclaimer, but it seems as though some people don't realize how words can affect other people. Please just remember that kindness goes a long way nowadays, more than ever. Sorry for the rambling. Here we go. I go to university and I'm on campus 3 days a week. I do healthcare, so I'm in a specific building 95% of the time. It's very old, built in the 1800s, and gives me the creeps. Today I was in the same room for 3.5 hours, 2 different lectures. I've never been in this room before. I sat in the same seat for the entire time, on the far left of the room next to the bare wall. The whole right side of the room had windows looking out over the campus. I got distracted as one does during a lecture and looked outside. I saw a tall white concrete building. It must have been about 10 stories tall, with absolutely no windows. On top was a large box with wires above it. Though I wasn't creeped out by this, I did think to myself that it was odd how I never seen this building on campus, as it was fairly close to the building I was in. To the left was 2 normal-looking buildings, both with windows and no giant box on top. After my first lecture finished, the teacher swapped over. We joked with our new teacher about being in a different building for our next semester, as ours was cold and creepy. The building we wanted to be in was about a 2-minute walk away. To that, my lecturer replied, "It's only over there," after someone had complained about it being too far away to move to. She pointed out the window in the direction of the odd building I had seen earlier. It was completely gone, and replaced by what looked like an old clock tower. At first, I just thought I must have leaned to the left or right earlier when I looked out the window, so I checked again, moved all around my seat to try and see the white building again. It was gone. I immediately felt spooked. The trees that were in front of the building I saw were still there. The 2 buildings to the left were still there. But no white building. I didn't say anything to my friends at the time, but when the lecture ended, I did a double take and actually went over to the window to look. No building at all. I later told my friend, and she joked that I must have been seeing things or shifting dimensions. I laughed it off, but I was, and still am, extremely unsettled, and I have no idea why I feel so off about it. Seeing it doesn't seem like a big deal. I've had experience in the past of seeing pigeons disappear whilst flying in open air, but this is before the glitch in the Matrix talk was around like it is now. So I just put it down to be in my head imagining things. Does anyone have any ideas? Was it a time slip or a glitch? I definitely don't have hallucinations, and I looked at the white building for long enough to know it was there. I've googled my campus to see if there is any buildings that look similar near where I learn, but there's absolutely none. I found the 2 buildings to the left and the clock tower though. I know it might not seem believable, but it's what I saw. Any conspiracies to what happened is greatly appreciated. Sorry for the long read. There was a note next to the baby basket on the front porch, but before even thinking to read it, I reached my shaking hands to move the blanket covering the bundle. Gagging when the smell hit my nose in the arid heat, I cursed myself for going on vacation and accidentally leaving my kitchen lights on. Boyfriend literally disappears and reappears after a late shift? By Hannah B. Art. I've been looking for somewhere to share this story for such a long time. Long post. About 3 years ago, my partner and I lived on the top floor flat. 5th floor, no elevator, stairs only flat on the floor. It was an okay sized, but small enough that you could hear anything going on from any room really. They were all very close together. There was one corridor connecting all the rooms so you crossed each other if you were changing rooms. I was working a late shift, got in around 11:30ish, maybe midnight. Boyfriend was obviously already in bed, so I came in, went straight to the bathroom, washed up, got changed, wind down, etc. Potted in the kitchen for maybe 10 minutes, had a drink, and then headed to the bedroom for the night. I get in, I can't see my boyfriend, presume he's just rolled up in the duvet or something, so I go over and move the duvet. He's literally not in bed. I move the whole duvet. He's not there. I turn the light on, check the whole room top to bottom. Thought he might be pranking me and waiting to jump out or something. Nope, not there. First thought is, okay, maybe he's in the spare room on his computer having a late night. Nope. In the bathroom and we just missed each other's paths somehow? Nope. I checked the whole flat, top to bottom. Every room, doors still locked. He is generally nowhere. I would hear him if he was sleepwalking or something. Getting panicked, I text him, this is important. Where are you? Maybe for some crazy reason he'd gone out for a walk or something? I don't know. No response after a few minutes, so I decided to check around one last time. I go into the bedroom, he's in bed, the lights off, he's snoring as if he's been out for hours. I wake him up and explain everything that just happened. He groggily suggests I was dreaming, but he checks his phone and the text is there, plain as day. It definitely happened. He's convinced to this day he was asleep the whole time. The whole thing is bizarre to me. He definitely wasn't there. Where the fuck did he go? He's absolutely certain he was asleep in bed the whole time, but the text proves I wasn't dreaming and I know he wasn't there. Why would I panic and text otherwise? To this day, I have no idea what the fuck happened and I don't think I ever will. People I tell this story to are also just as perplexed. I don't think they believe me. My brother and I were playing around with Google Lenses and I jokingly scanned his face. The entire first page of results were filled with variations of the same headline. AI creates an age approximation of Hunter Reeves, missing child from the Waco massacre. Long post for a short glitch about an outlet that transformed. By Wrenchy Wrench Wrench. This one has been a hard one for me to write out for some reason. Every time I start to think about it, it just feels daunting. I've had an oddly persistent thought pop in a time or two trying to convince me that it didn't happen. But the reality of the situation so far outweighs any mental gaslighting or narrative rewrites that could possibly exist to sway me, currently at least. Not to mention the rest of my family who got to witness parts of this. So, we went on a trip in a cabin out in the Prescott National Forest, right next to the river in one of the most scenic spots we've ever been to, probably ever. The ground is covered in gold dust and glitters from crushed gemstones, and there's a quartz crystal half the size of a car engine sitting on the porch. I mean, this place checks missing 401 boxes like, whoa, and I was immensely aware of that, because those stories are horrifying. But this place wasn't, and the wood cabin itself was 2 stories, quaint open air loft that had half of the second story opened as a sleeping area with a bed, which is where my daughter was. We could look out from the area into the living room where we had an Xbox, and then our room was directly underneath her area in a closed-off room. So one Saturday/early Sunday morning, my little girl woke up late in the night and told us that she was having a hard time sleeping. We were both oddly awake too. Hours passed when we normally would fall asleep. But we both been quiet reading and watching something despite being oddly energized. So it was nothing for me to get up and help her get cozy again. We decided that the new place could be creepy with their shadows, so that maybe a light would be a good idea. But with the way our rooms were situated and how we had to keep a door open for the dogs, there was approximately 1 lamp in the cabin that would work as a nightlight rather than an all-out spotlight on one of the 3 of us. So after checking every damn light to find that out, I finally got to the one and clicked the switch only to have it not do anything. I frowned and got on the big couch chair to look behind it. I knew that's where the solitary outlet on that side of the room was, to see if perhaps the lamp had just been unplugged in between guests or something to that effect. It had been, so that was good news. But the bad news was that I watched my husband pull out this monstrous chair earlier, and it was heavy as fuck. I think I had a weary laugh under my breath and said, "Of course," and then I started to reach out to try to plug it in blindly, before freezing and having a paranoid cabin fire fear flash through my head. Because I was already suspicious of their wiring, and I've had a long irrational fear of jamming a plug into a socket in the wrong way and electrocuting myself. Falling onto an electric fence out of a tree at 10 will lead itself to those. So I was like, not today, Satan, and got down to try and wrench the chair out as quickly as I could, just so far enough that I could see behind it and see that A, the cord wasn't melted or damaged and simply unplugged for that kind of reason. It wasn't. And then B, check that each prong was going into the correct plug, and I proceeded to plug it in, the top one. Everything was going good. Voila! Light comes on, it's perfect, we all managed to fall asleep finally. Flash forward to the next afternoon when we were leaving the cabin and securing it because we were leaving the dogs as well. For some reason, our dogs love those YouTube music compilations for pets, so I stopped and turned the Xbox on and set it up. It was still plugged into the bottom outlet, and then did a sweep of the house before walking out the door. Only to have my fire fear flash through again, and I backed up right back into the house like I was put in reverse, and went directly to the lamp from the last night and turned it off. Then, after a pause, unplugged it entirely. My reason was that I didn't know why that they had left it that way, and after thinking about it, no other appliances were unplugged. So perhaps they were worried about this one or something and had forgotten to tell us? Didn't know, didn't have to think long on it because I was taking care of the problem by unplugging it anyways. Did that and left music playing, everyone content. Flash forward to the night when my husband starts feeling the effect of carrying the luggage and driving and doing all the, "No, I got it, let me do it for you," in the absolute best of the ways, just how he is, in his back. And unfortunately, I suspect we might need it, and I brought a portable back massager that he could wrap around himself. But he needed to sit somewhere other than the kitchen table for it. So I had him move over to the big chair from the other night and told him I have him set up there. He mentioned something about how he wouldn't be able to watch the Xbox if he sat there to do it, and I absentmindedly moved stuff around and set it up and responded, "No, it's fine, I unplugged that lamp earlier, that's why it's not on right now." To which he replied, "What? I'm talking about the outlet." And I'm like, right, that's what I'm saying. I don't have to unplug the Xbox because I can use the top plug where the lamp was. Wait, do you need that light on for some reason? At this point, he says no, but he's staring at me, clearly confused and trying to sort something out. But I'm basically horizontal now, just trying to plug the damn chair out and shake my head at how he's not understanding me. But I'm letting it go because he's clearly in pain. This time I only pulled it out just a bit because I had already done my checks last night. It was daylight, and thus I'd be able to see it to plug it in much easier with much less space required. But this time, when I looked down, what I saw was what initially looked like a melted top outlet. So I'm startled and call over him to come help me pull it out further because it looks like the outlet had melted. My first thoughts were, oh my god, thank god I unplugged that before I left, followed by, fuck, was I wrong to even plug it back in? Did I do this somehow? As he helped me, he said, yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. That's why I had to plug the Xbox into the bottom one and put the charger over there. But by that time, the couch was pulled out and we're both able to get down in front of it. Only to find out that it's not only not melted, but it's not even really there at all. The entire top outlet, the exact one I had plugged the lamp into the night prior and had unplugged it from that day, was busted away and had paper and tape shoved into the outlet, preventing anything from being plugged in. It didn't look remotely new, and there's not a chance in hell that anyone was in the cabin while we were gone. The owners were gone. The doors were locked, and we are on a locked, private land that had a gate at the end of the half-mile driveway through almost vertical wilderness. And again, all that aside, I inspected it. I ran through everything I possibly can, and I have absolutely nothing. He says it was like that when we arrived, and that's why he used the bottom outlet. Yet, completely sober, completely lucid, having all these boxes I was checking off, I personally inspected that thing prior to using it, and also saw it again when I unplugged it. So, that's my glitch. We ran through everything we could, but still have nothing. Whew, so much writing for such a small moment in time. But I had to get this out in case there's a detail somewhere that I'm missing. Side note, I don't know how to rephrase. There is something palpable that happens when there's a glitch like this, and I haven't been able to put words to it. But it's like the air is fragile and could snap at any moment for those teetering moments in time. And then the confusion. But the surety sets in, and there's this vibe that something is witnessing you witness this. This was the first glitch that last part in particular felt incredibly strong for me. Something I've noticed that I've never been this attentive to detail, almost ever. I can be massively ADD, and attention to detail was definitely never written on my report cards in the good way. It was simply the clusterfuck of concern for my animals, the cabin, the fire fears in general that had me going through things uncharacteristically methodically, borderlining on OCD, if I'm being honest. I do have a picture as well as a video, but I'd rather not put the video on here since I'm in it. I never attached a photo on here. I think I've only ever seen people do it through Tumblr or Imgroom. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out today and put it up here if anyone's interested. And the photo is on screen for you guys. One last side note. I took these the next day before we left because I suspected the one I would try to pull from the video I had taken at the time that this had happened would be blurrier than I wanted. So, in this, the Xbox has been unplugged and packed, and the lamp is plugged in again for light. After being held in the underground bunker for 20 years, protected from nuclear fire that destroyed all life as we know it, my captor passed away, and I decided to peek out at the world. With all the people walking around in the bright sunlight, lush green grass underfoot, it's almost like... Disappearing Theater Couple by Brachiel. To preface this story, I do not believe in ghosts or anything paranormal, but this is something I fully cannot explain. This is a slightly longer story, but I'll do my best to keep it brief while still providing the greatest detail possible. In case anyone is wondering, I have never taken any drugs and was over 16 for everything discussed. For context, I have worked in a movie theater for around 8 years. In late 2017, I received a promotion to manager and began to close the building at night. In short, besides office work, all that's required to close is to go through each auditorium in the theater and check to make sure nobody is still there. The first time anything unexplainable occurred was January 8, 2018. I was making my rounds as usual, checking each theater to make sure everyone had left. When I got to auditorium number 9, one of the last ones left to check, I began to walk up the walkway towards the seats when I heard voices. I didn't think much of it, but was slightly annoyed as the last movie had played in that auditorium had ended nearly 2 hours prior to my check. It isn't incredibly rare for people to have long conversations after the movies had ended, but 2 hours is a long time. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could tell they were a group of 2, a man and a woman. As I approached the end of the walkway and near the corner to look up at the seats, the couple must have heard my footsteps or keys, because I clearly heard the man say, "Hold on." I turned the corner and began to say something about us being closed and them needing to head out. Upon looking up at the seats, I realized nobody was there. I swear to God, I checked behind every seat in that auditorium and behind the screen. Absolutely nothing. Besides the entrance to the auditorium where I was walking up, the only other exits are 2 alarmed emergency doors on either side of the screen that lead outside. No alarms were set off, and I checked to make sure both were functioning. Finally, I checked if, for any reason, there was some audio playing in the auditorium. The projector had completed its closing shutdown an hour and a half before I was in the theater. While still having no concrete explanation, I chalked it up to being tired and convinced myself I was just hearing things. Fast forward to a year later with nothing strange happening, and the second incident occurred. This night, instead of checking each auditorium on the ground level, I chose instead to look in through the small windows in the booth, the upstairs area containing the projectors. While the view of the auditorium below isn't perfect, the top-down view is still enough to tell if any stragglers are still hanging around. I got to auditorium number 9 and peered in. I noticed a couple holding hands in the middle 2 seats of the middle row. I could only barely make out the top of their heads above the seats, and their holding hands resting on the cup holder separating them. Again, I was slightly annoyed as the last movie had broken hours prior, but at that point I had drawn no parallels between this night and the previous 1 year sooner. Due to there being an employee staircase directly next to my location in the booth, it took me about 45 seconds to get to the auditorium. Walking up, I heard the muffled voices of a man and a woman, and at this point, there was a certain degree of deja vu. Sure enough, upon nearing the corner, I heard the man say, "Hold on." Immediately realizing the similarities, I paused, took a breath, and turned the corner. Nobody was there. I freaked out, checked under every seat behind the screen, and both alarm doors were not triggered. Furthermore, I knew for a fact the projector was shut down as I had been in the booth 2 minutes prior. This time, I took a step further in my search for an answer. I checked every exit camera in the entire theater, and there was nothing. I checked the outdoor cameras that view the exit doors of the auditorium. Again, nothing. Finally, I looked at the assigned seating chart for the last show in the auditorium. It was a Hindi-language Bollywood movie that had sold no tickets that day. Needless to say, I was incredibly uncomfortable and only got worse when I realized the date. I shit you not, it was January 8th, 2019. I confirmed the first time was the same date by checking a text conversation I had with a coworker that night, joking about how I was losing it tonight after the first incident. Again, I do not believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but ever since the second incident, I have not checked auditorium number 9 on January the 8th. I have thought about this a lot since and still have no possible clue as to what may have occurred. None of my fellow managers have experienced this, but I have also been the only one working the closing shift on January the 8th for the last 5 years straight. If anyone has any theories, I'd be more than interested in hearing them. I recognize this story could possibly be posted on r/paranormal, but I really don't believe anything paranormal occurred here. I can provide any further details that are requested, but I'm not willing to share any information on where my location is or what company I work for. Edit. To clarify, when I say I don't believe in ghosts or paranormal, I more so mean the horror sense. Stuff like horror movies haunting, throwing chairs, leaving messages in blood, that sort of thing. The Ghost Adventure TV show, for example. The idea of a moment or event being locked in time or souls unable to fully move on for whatever reason is something I am open to. I haven't considered it here. I apologize for the closed-minded wording of my original post and will avoid that if I ever need to post again. Thank you everyone that mentioned this. Mama, I'm home! My son cries, throwing his arms around my middle, pressing his teary face to my body with a force that almost knocks me over. No matter how many times I kill him, destroy his body in different, horrifying ways, he keeps finding his way home, keeps trying to get back to where he started. In just a few minutes, gone by Anonymous. Okay, I'm really freaking out. I know I've had glitches in the past, but it's been a while. My apartment overlooks a big freeway. My bathroom and kitchen window, you can see everything on the freeway. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen horrific wrecks that have shook my place. When I went to use the restroom, my toilet is right there at the window, so you will always see what's going on. I came across 5 cop cars, 1 wrecker, fire trucks, and 2 cars. The first car was white, and then about 8 feet behind it was another car. The wrecker was in front of everything and hadn't even dropped the bed or anything like that. Normally I just glance over and feel shitty at what I'm seeing and move on. This time was different because it looked like there was a bunch of rescue people on the car in the back, and there were stuff they were pulling out all over the ground. But the cars didn't look wrecked, and normally there isn't this many cop cars unless it's a crime. However, I can't see that good because I need my glasses to see the small details, and I was curious what they were doing in that car, and what was on the ground. Was it a shooting? Another weird thing is, I didn't hear any wreck like I normally do or anything until I looked out the window. So I thought, I'm gonna run out to my car and get my glasses, because I use them for driving. As I went down, I also passed my kitchen window and saw all the red lights flashing. Just a few seconds to go down the stairs and a few more seconds to my car to get my glasses. Came back in a matter of 2 minutes tops and then looked out the window, and all of it was gone. There is no evidence of anything, not even debris on the ground. There is no way that one wrecker that didn't even have its bed down moved 2 cars. No way that all this stuff that was pulled out of that car would have been put back completely in with no trace, gone in 2 minutes. What the heck just happened? The feeling you get when something like this happens to you is a split second of, did I just lose time? And no, I'm not crazy. Did any of this really happen? About 20 years ago, I had another experience living by the freeway with another wreck, but nothing like this, but still crazy. What happened was I heard a wreck, called it in, and they came out. The person was deceased. I watched them clean it all up and went to bed. Then, 30 minutes later, heard a wreck, jumped back up and looked out my window, and it looked like the exact same wreck. I called this one in too, and I even told them there was a prior wreck the exact same way on this location. And then I started questioning 911, asking, did they properly clean up the area? As I watched the second wreck, it was pretty much identical. The person was deceased in the exact same way the first person died. In the morning, I checked out the news, and what happened was both cars went up the wrong way ramp at the same location, hours apart, and both got decapitated in the same spot. The ramp appears to have no problems or indicators that would have directed people onto it instead of off. I knew then that something weird happened that's unexplainable. Edit. Okay, even more messed up, I just checked our city's activity incident report and it's not on there. I would say it looked like between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Look at the time and date when I posted this. Nope, not on there. There is a freeway report, but it's not the area that it happened. My wife's office is in our basement. Whenever I walk past, she plays a prank where she turns off the lights and waits at the bottom of the steps and just stares. I woke up at midnight and kissed my wife on the forehead. I went to go get myself a glass of water, only to see her at the bottom of the basement steps. Couple Cut and Paste by BMC25. This is a recent story. I've managed to, hopefully, be able to articulate this as it's somewhat a logic-based. So, I live close to an intersection of 2 main roads, Road A heading north-south, and Road B heading west-east. I live on Road A. On the corner of the intersection is a collection of 3 small shops that share the same building. I live 2 driveways up from that, roughly about 250 meters from the intersection. My sister lives off a service road of Road B about 10 houses up, roughly about 450 meters from the intersection. I know this is specific, but it is relevant. It's about a 6-minute walk from my house to hers. The walk to the entrance of the service road would be about a 4 to 5 minute walk. Not to mention, there is a relative incline at the beginning of Road B. I had to run to my sister's house as she tends to borrow things without telling me and forgets to bring them back. I needed to grab my vacuum. I went to get in my car and remembered that it was bin day. I proceeded to grab my bin and began walking it to the side of the road, where at the end of my driveway there was a couple walking by heading up my street, north, away from the intersection. A man in a green tracksuit, which I thought to be quite the look for a man of his age. The woman was in a similar pink tracksuit. They looked to be in their later years, I say late 60s. After a polite little back and forth, you go, no, you go, I allowed them to pass first. I rolled my bin to the curb and got in my car and pulled to the end of my driveway to do a loop through the 2 back roads to avoid traffic lights and cars, etc. The old left and left again if you're in Australia. I have timed the trip. It takes approximately 1 minute and 25 seconds to make the car ride. I'd be happy to give it 2 minutes if it was busy and I can't turn onto the road B immediately from the back road. However, it wasn't busy as it was 11 a.m. on a Sunday. As I turned left out of my driveway, I saw the couple had proceeded maybe another 50 meters before crossing the street now from the left side, which we were originally on, to the right side of the road, and stopped to look at some furniture that was on the street for hard rubbish collection. I proceeded with my 1.5-minute drive to my sister's when pulling into the service road, who do I see? The couple in their tracksuit now heading towards my sister's house. Now, I know it's them because again, I had to stop and let them pass as the service road is gravel, and to avoid a large pothole, you need to drive slightly on the footpath, so I have a good 5 to 10 seconds to take this all in before I can drive past. I stop at my sister's driveway, very confused as I get out and open her gate. They walk past with no interaction at all. Even if it was possible that these people are marathon sprinters who were heading north and a minute later were heading west and uphill without breaking a single sweat in their 60s, covering a distance that even me as a 27-year-old female couldn't cover in that time. I had literally just interacted with them within minutes and they acted like I was a stranger. I do know I am a stranger, but not even confusion. I'm just like, they were literally copied and pasted and I just can't work it out. I have gotten my sister to walk from the spot I last saw them towards her house from where I turned down the first side street, and she can't make it there before me without breaking into a sprint. So Mr. Green and his wife, if you were using bolts in disguise, you got me. If not, your programmer's messed up. I told the mother that there was only room for her and one of her children in the lifeboat. The look on her husband and 4 children's face as she picked up the cat and jumped into the boat without looking back. Missing Jersey by Dream43. Strange experience. My son is on 2 baseball teams this season, a little league/rec team and a travel team. Husband was folding some laundry in our back room, said he had our son's baseball jersey for an upcoming weekend of travel games. I go into the room to retrieve the jersey and realize it's his rec team jersey, blue plus white, and not his travel team jersey, bright green. And then remember that the green one is hanging in his closet, as it has been the first thing I see every time I step into his room and pass by his closet. I've been seeing this jersey untouched for weeks. It's the first one hanging in front of a handful of others, older jerseys. You can't miss it. I take the blue and white jersey from my husband's hand and go to hang it in my son's closet to swap it out with the green travel jersey that I know is hanging there. I walk in and I'm baffled. It's not there. I hung the blue and white jersey up, so now it's the first thing you see as you walk into the room and pass by the closet, and rifle through the 60 other jerseys on the rack to make sure the green one didn't get hung up between the others. It's simply not there. I look through a few other items on top of the dresser just below it. It's not there either. I'm starting to get pissed. Where the heck did it go? My son hasn't even worn or needed this jersey yet, so there's no reason for it not to be on the rack. I look through all of his drawers and every other conceivable place it might be. Nothing. After hearing me starting to get progressively more stressed about not finding it, and as I've gone through the rack several times, my husband enters the room, and he too rifles through the handful of jerseys hanging on the rack to no avail. My husband stands back a foot or 2 from the closet, just kind of looking at me as he ponders where it could have gone, and I literally am in the middle of saying, it feels like it just disappeared, when we both suddenly look back and the freaking bright green jersey is now, all of a sudden, sitting right there in front of us, on the gosh darn rack and directly in front of the blue and white jersey. Nothing else in front of it, like it's been hanging there all along. Now, I'm a total believer in such things like glitch in the Matrix, but my husband leans to a much more rational direction. He admits he has absolutely no rational explanation for what the heck happened in this situation. We literally were staring at the rack with the blue and white jersey in the front, looking away for a moment, and when we looked back, the green jersey appeared in its place. I lie next to my human to keep her warm and safe. I know she can't see the thing floating above her head, so I'll do my best to keep her safe from it. I float above my human to keep her warm and safe. I know she can't see the thing lying next to her, so I'll do my best to keep her safe from it. I glitched into a different timeline's bathroom. By Tina Hyland. So this past winter, I, a 27 female, went with my mom on vacation to a very small town in the middle of a huge ecological park that consists of kilometers upon kilometers of desert. It's not the first time we've gone there on vacations. We just love how calm and quiet it is, the beautiful scenery, and the kind of people who live in that town. Now, since it's a very small town, there's just one hotel with 5 rooms and 3 bathrooms. 2 of these 3 bathrooms are inside the restaurant that's attached to the hotel. And to get to them from any of the rooms, you have to pass various sets of doors. Because of this, at night we only use the other bathroom, which was a metal door on the other side of a small patio. I remember that the first day at the hotel I went to use the bathroom, and when I tried to close the door, I couldn't close it fully because there was a crack on the wall the door was attached to. There had been an earthquake a few years prior, which was probably the culprit for this crack. Since the last time we stayed at the hotel many years ago, it wasn't there. As a result, we had to tie string from the lock to a nail in the wall inside the bathroom in order to close it. And even then, it never fully closed. It annoyed me, but we weren't paying much and we were the only ones staying at the hotel anyways. Well, here's how the glitch happened. It was our 3rd day staying at the hotel, and we had just come back from walking up a nearby mountain. Very small, the walk barely lasts an hour. It was still fairly early night, around 10 p.m., and my mom said she was going to get ready for bed. I told her to go ahead because I wanted to stargaze for a little while, taking advantage of the cloudless sky. I did so for about half an hour or so before deciding it was time to also get ready for bed. I went to our room, got my toothbrush and toothpaste, and then went to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped inside, everything felt off. I reached for the light switch, but it wasn't there. I searched for it to no avail, and then, when my eyes got used to the darkness, I saw it was on the opposite wall, the one that had a crack, except when I turned the light, I realized there was no crack, as so I was able to close the door perfectly, and there was no string or nail to tie it in place. It was as if I was in an entirely different bathroom. But everything else was the same. The ties on the wall, the slightly rusted mirror, the cheap-looking hand shower, the white sink with a pink soap. Everything was the same as I remember it, except for the cracked wall and the light switch. It was as if, for the time I took to wash my teeth, I was in an alternate timeline in which the earthquake didn't happen. The wall didn't crack, and the light switch didn't move to another wall. It was a very surreal experience, and the more I stayed there, the more nervous I became. So I hurried up, turned off the light, and pretty much sprinted towards my room. My mom was already asleep, so I decided not to bother her. But it took a while before I could sleep because I was feeling very unnerved. The next day, with the sun now illuminating everything, I went back to check on the bathroom that had scared me so much the previous night. But it was exactly as it should be, crack and all. I haven't been able to make sense of the situation despite how much I've thought about it. I woke up from a terrifying nightmare and immediately snuggled closer to my husband. I was so pleased to feel his cold, lifeless body still laying next to me. Time Loop by Mystery Chick 88. Something happened a few years back that I can't shake and really would love some kind of explanation as to what the hell happened, as it has played on my mind ever since. Let me clarify before I start. I'm completely sound of mind. I just want some closure, I guess. So, here it goes. I have always been into the paranormal as a kid. I was completely fascinated by it. And I have found over the years, the more open to it you are, the more downright bizarre some of the stuff you experience is. This tops my list of weird experiences. This happened about 7 years ago. My sister came to my flat one night after work. She finishes work at 5:30 p.m. to spend a bit of time with me, as we had both been working like crazy and hadn't had the time to catch up. It was just the two of us, and she suggested having a game of cards with our coffees. Something we had always done since kids. It is our favorite pastime in our house. Once I had gotten the cards out and started shuffling them, she asked me to look at the time on my phone, as she had to work the next morning at 7 a.m. and needed to be home for a reasonable time. She had lost her phone on a night out a few days previously. I told her it was 6:10 p.m. in the evening. She replied, "Okay. Well, I'll have to get off around 8:45 to get my uniform washed and dried, so keep an eye on the time for me." I agreed, and we started playing a bit of rummy to start with. Now, we weren't drinking alcohol or taking any drugs. We were just having a relaxing game of cards, chatting about guys and work. The usual stuff, I suppose. Everything was normal. We played cards for what felt like 2 hours easily. I mean, you can't mistake the length of time when you've had about 16 to 18 hands of rummy, and we're in the early stages of playing a game of poker, having got bored of the other game. Out of nowhere, I remember having the weirdest feeling coming over me, like light in the room dimmed, and I distinctly felt an electric crack start at the bottom of my spine and shoot all the way up to my skull. I physically jolted upright. The sensation was so intense. I looked at her, and she was looking at me all wide-eyed and silent, like she knew something was up. I blurted out, "Something is wrong. Really, very wrong." Without blinking or reacting any other way, she just says to me, "Look at the time," which I thought was the weirdest response. I pick up my phone, look at the time. A mixture of shock and dread creeps over me. That can't be right. It's not possible. I mumble out loud. My phone must have glitched out or something. Getting up to turn the telly on to see what the time is on there, she's looking at me like, what the hell is going on? "What is it? What's the time?" she asked me again. I just repeat that I can't be right as I switch the telly on and the time flashes up in the corner of the screen. It says 6:29 p.m. She sees it and is now just as freaked out as I am. "That can't be right. Did your phone say the same time?" I showed her the screen. I pulled out a laptop to check the time and even got a watch out of my drawer to see if they all matched. And sure enough, they did. There was no possible way that we had been sat playing cards for just 20 minutes. I asked her how long she thought we had been sat in there for, and she said a couple of hours like myself. We just sat there in a bit of a fog, like what on earth had just happened? We tried to discuss it, but we couldn't make any sense of it. To be honest, it felt uncomfortable. Even to this day, to talk about it, it doesn't feel right. She breaks the silence with a joke, something like, "Oh well, at least I have another couple hours to chill with you." We just tried to forget about it. I'm just wondering if anyone had any ideas as to what it was. I'm sorry for the long story. Carbon monoxide detectors worked fine, and I have a frequent gas checks as was policy by the landlord. Sorry, but your application has been rejected. Although your resume includes many strengths, your contribution to society were ultimately not enough to earn a portion of our limited oxygen supply. And with over 5 hours worth of stories, we are finally coming to an end to this video. We started this video in July 3rd, 2022 with Glitch in the Matrix Volume 11 and ended in April 16th of 2023 with Volume 20. I hope you enjoyed these stories, and maybe you found one that you missed the first time I posted it. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that like button and make sure it feels it. Subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications so you don't miss, any other stories. And please share this channel with anyone who might enjoy it. It really helps quite a bit. And if you'd like to help in other ways, I have Patreon and YouTube memberships, where for $1 a month you get early access to the audio and videos, and some bonus stories. And just so you know, there's really no difference between the two. I just have both options because people are comfortable with different platforms. And if you'd like to do a one-time donation, I do have PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee, as well as some merch with my pretty little avatars on them. All the links, including the ones to my socials and my other YouTube channel, are down below for easy access. None of this will ever be expected, and it will always be appreciated. This is a hobby, and I just do the best I can to bring in the best content for you guys, and watching it, commenting, and liking is all I really ever hope for. The rest always is over the moon to me. Sleep tight, and don't let 42 bite.